Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Good morning. Welcome to our first equity data convening. Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you have your cafecito ready. Just wanted to say a couple of words before we get started. And again, welcome to the equity data convening, bringing together researchers, practitioners from Mexico, Canada, and the US. A little bit of housekeeping para vernos con subtítulos en español. Por favor, darle clic al enlace que dice ver página en español en la página del evento. On the event page, we have also click here to see the page in Spanish, where you will be getting live captioning, donde van a ver subtítulos. Y como dije, buenos días, good morning. My name is Jose Richard Aviles. I am a transportation planner and the lead for arts and cultural strategy at the Othering and Belonging Institute. Before we get started, I want to take some time to give a land acknowledgement. And before we get started, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to be hella transparent with you all. There was a internet outage where I'm at. So I'm running around. Aquí andamos para arriba, para abajo. And so we want to take a moment to acknowledge that this land is not our land. It is on stolen land. And we want to take an opportunity to acknowledge, and you may be all over the world right now. So please take a moment in time to tell us where you're joining us from. And if you can also find what the original territories that you're coming us from. And we do this land acknowledgement in the hopes of inspiring others to take action in support of Indigenous communities, wherever you're joining us from. And again, we want to take accountment of that. If you are in the Berkeley region, we are on Ohlone land. Yo estoy en Los Angeles, in Chumash land and territory. So we want to ensure that we're also not erasing the struggles and the Indigenous people that currently are still present and still fighting and luchando. Big shout out to our folks out in New Zealand who have been demonstrating in the parliament. Before we get started, I want to share a little bit about OPI and the Equities Metrics team. The Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley advances groundbreaking research, policy, and ideas that examine and remediate the processes of exclusion, marginalization, and structural inequality, which is what we call othering, in order to build the world based on inclusion, fairness, justice, and care for the earth. It's what we call belonging. The Equity Metrics team.
Hi, did you book this conference room?
Yes and no. Okay, we're live. The Equity Metrics program develops evidence-based empirical research on processing social problems with data collection, correlation analysis, visualization, mapping expertise. We produce timely and rigorous policy research concerning racial and social inequalities. I would like to intro Samir Gambhir, who's going to ground us a little bit in what we're doing today. Please welcome Samir. Samir organized this event and is a director of the Equity Metrics program at OPI. Him and his team work in the area for fair housing, zoning reform, racial residential segregation, opportunity mapping, and racial equity and inclusion. His work involves conducting empirical research, presenting analytics, developing diagnostic tools, and providing policy recommendations on issues of housing, education, environment, and many more with the social justice lens. How are you this morning, Samir?
I'm doing really well, Richard. So nice to be with you and so nice to be with all the audience, participants, and who is presenting. So glad to be with everybody.
Thank you. So we want to make sure we do some grounding. And the first question I have for you is, so why are we here today? Why is this topic important?
Sure. So I've been leading the Equity Metrics program at the Institute for the last 10 years or so, and I've worked with data to, analyze and use innovative ways of highlighting inequities, trying to, develop diagnostic tools and, propose solutions towards, to promote belonging. And I have, through my work, through the work of my colleagues at the Institute, and through various listening tours that we have had in previous years, be it Europe or Asia or Latin America, I've learned that the issues of inequity and issues of othering is not new. The communities world over face some kind of othering in some form, and I think it's important that we highlight that. And I was looking at, the issue areas in Canada and Mexico, and then realized that the even though the equity issues might be slightly different in both these countries, but the idea of highlighting inequities and trying to alleviate those the processes of othering is really important, and it's pretty similar in all three countries in the entire region. So I decided, I thought, let's organize this meet where we invite researchers from North America, where we could share our research, our struggles, our issue areas, and try and bring together a thought process where we could share this analysis, talk about the various mechanisms, and collectively think through how we can find solutions to these processes of othering. And create place for belonging, have everybody understand that no, it's a world where everybody belongs. So the experts today that we have are really experts in their own fields in all the three countries, and they represent the wide spectrum of social issues in our respective countries, be it immigration, indigenous issues, economic inequality, gender issues in AI, and so on. And these researchers also, represent different regions of the country. And as you'll see through these panels, that they also represent along the gender spectrum. So I look forward to this convening. And I will also take this opportunity to thank Leonardo Gonzalez, who is the director of the Applied Unit of Mexican, Director of the Applied Research Unit of Mexicans Against Corruption and Impunity. And he's a political analyst, academic, and an activist. And he is in the audience right now, and he can respond to any questions. But I really want to thank him for introducing us and bringing along all the researchers and the moderator from Mexico.
No, thank you so much for sharing that. And I totally agree with you. And I'm curious to think, what are some of the hopes that you wish to accomplish in this session and in this throughout the day?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, this is a very interesting endeavor where we have researchers from Canada and Mexico and from the US, talking about these issues. We would like us to share our innovative ways in which we highlight inequities, try and find solutions. And again, as I said, the issue areas might be different, but there's a common thread in how we address these issues. And as you know, Richard, and some of our audience know as well, that OBI has embarked on this bold idea of making belonging a global norm. So I'm hoping that through this convening, we can share our ideas and share our framework. And through this convening, through our connections, through our network, we make this a reality. And going forward, we would like to keep in touch with everybody and hope that we can exchange ideas and maybe have a different form of this convening. So I'm looking forward to learning and sharing these ideas and thoughts.
Thank you so much. And now to continue this grounding process, we want to share a video from our director, John A. Powell, who couldn't be here today to help frame and gather the broader context of the attack on equity, pluralism, and democratic institutions taking place not just on our continent, but across the world. And again, we're asking the question of what is driving the far-right movements that were once on the fringe, but have seen their popularity surge in recent years, and what does that data have to do with that? So with that, we'll cue up a video from our director, John.
For joining this timely event. Some of the issues that we deal with around equity are similar in all three countries, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. We're all facing issues of housing, growing inequality in wealth, healthcare issues, and sometimes our political institutions seem too fragile. The work we've been doing is under attack, and data can help us. But it's not just a problem of data. So even if we have good data, even if we can show that an intervention worked, that's not enough for us to actually implement it. So for example, in the area of equity, the data suggests that equity and diversity, when properly instituted, not only works, but it makes for a happier workplace, it makes for a more productive workplace. And what's maybe surprising to folks is that the majority of people actually supports diversity. And yet, diversity, equity, and inclusion are under severe attack. And companies all across the United States, and I would dare say Canada and Mexico, are starting to pull back. Why is that? Even though this minority is in some sense out of sync with the majority of the people, they're better organized. And they tell a more compelling story. They tell what we call a breaking story. They tell a story that speaks to people's anxiety. And that anxiety is lodged in the back of our mind. That anxiety is lodged in what we call a lizard brain. And the lizard brain is where fear and anxiety is largely populated. And so they speak to that fear. They talk about why people feel anxious, knowing people are anxious about fires, anxious about AIs, are anxious about the world changing, and maybe there not being a place for them in this new world. They speak about people not belonging, and then they blame it on the other. And it's quite powerful. It's a compelling story. It's a story that may sound better than dry data by itself. So part of our challenge then is not just to collect data, but to also tell a compelling story. One of the ways we do this is by using something called targeted universalism. Targeted universalism is what I also call equity 2.0. And the design of targeted universalism is to tell everybody's story and to create universal goals based on targeted strategies. Universal goals, not universal strategies. And how we do this is based on data. We use data to identify where different groups are in relationship to that universal goal, and then develop targeted strategies to move people to that goal. What we have found is that when you do that and tell a story about it, a story that includes everybody, a lot of the polarization, a lot of the anxiety goes away. While we are working in our respective 3 countries and sometimes working together, we're part of a global movement. The anxiety that people are feeling is global. We're seeing an attack from the right wing and a rise of authoritarianism, not just in the United States, not just in Canada, but the entire world. So even though our work is located in our respective countries, we're part of a global movement. And we think we're more effective when we come together, share information, and learn from each other. So I'm hoping that we'll do that over the next little time we have together, and that we'll be intentional about taking what we learn and sharing it with the rest of the world. And again, while data is really critical, we can't do it without data. Neither can we do it without a compelling story. And our collective compelling story has to be one where everyone belongs and no one is other.
Thank you so much, John. It's unfortunate John couldn't join us this morning, but again, the grounding is still here. And again, if you're just joining us, I know folks are kind of still trickling in. Welcome to the Equity Data Convening. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping to let you know what we have going on in the next couple of hours. So we're going to be going into a morning session for the next 90 minutes. Then we're going to take a 30-minute break, coming back at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, o a la 1 de la tarde, hora de Mexico. This afternoon, we will have 2 panels. And throughout the day, know that we'll be taking questions from the audience throughout the sessions. And of course, the chat always gets busy. The chat is usually my favorite place in some of these spaces because y'all have a lot to say. And we'll take these questions throughout the chat that will compile for future conversations if we don't get to all of them today. What we will be doing, shout out to Mark, who is a producer of this event. We will be copying the questions from the public chat box and pasting them in the private chat for the speakers to see them, and panelists can answer them in real time. With that being said, I'm going to introduce our first panel and our moderator, Ilda Landgrove. Our first panel is Harnessing Data for Social Justice. And like mentioned, data is a powerful tool in the struggle for a more just world, but data is not a neutral category, and making data is not a neutral act. What choices must we make in the effort to transform raw information into data and data into insights? How can we use emerging AI tools ethically and in service of the common good? How do we make such choices with an eye toward a future where everyone belongs? And with that, I'm going to introduce our moderator, Hilda, who is a Cuban researcher, essayist, and cultural promoter based in Mexico, and has been selected as a catalyzer with our Democracy and Belonging Forum. Her main areas of research include political action in close context, the political movements of American Indian peoples, and the dynamics of power and counterpower through narrative disputes in the public spheres. She is a professor of the Monterrey Institute of Technology, El Tec de Monterrey, shout out to El Tec, in the Querétaro campus, and you can read all about her on the event webpage. Hilda, buenos dias, good morning. I'll turn it over to you.
Buenos dias, José. Good morning, everyone. I'm just really glad to be here. Thanks for the introduction. I just wanted to say that I'm really happy to be part of this effort. And I wanted to start thanking the Equity Metrics program and, of course, the Ordering and Belonging Institute for bringing together all these amazing speakers today to talk about data, the relation between data and equity, and to explore and to open a conversation about it. I think it's a conversation we really need to address in the present conditions. It's always necessary, but under the current conditions in the world, I think it's even more important. I just wanted to, before introducing the speakers, the panelists for this part, for this session of the morning, I wanted to recover this idea John Powell was presenting, that I think is a really strong idea, that data is never only about data. Data is always about story. It's something we are going to be seeing and exploring throughout the day, but I think it's something that is important to address all the time. That just to remember, or just to start there, that we are not only collecting data to address inequalities or to highlight inequalities and to offer some sort of alternative or solutions for the problems and challenges we are facing, but the data itself is always contains always a story and contains a narrative. And I hope we can have the time just to gather some of those stories that we can tell about how can we bring together everyone and the diversity that we are always, and how to do that in a context where we need to come together to fight authoritarianism coming everywhere and just thriving everywhere. Just we need more than ever that to come around data that also tells the story of how can we live together and how can we include and how can we create a better future together. So with that said, that's only recognizing like sort of initial point. I wanted to talk about our panel that Richard already presented, but I wanted to talk about our panelists. And I will start with Adiba Hasan, who's the first one is going to be presenting the work she has been doing about data and belonging. Adiba Hasan is a Bangladeshi, born and reared in the United Arab Emirates, and is currently working with the Institute for Canadian Citizenship and exploring there the impacts of immigration and Canadian citizenship. Adiba, thank you very much for joining us, and take your time. We will have like 8-10 minutes for your presentation, and after that, a question just to perhaps clarify or go deeper about what you're going to present to us. Please.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Hilda. I'm going to share my screen just to see if... okay. And just, can someone confirm if they can see my screen? Yes.
Yeah,
okay, great. I can see it, yes. First and foremost, thank you, Hilda, for introduction and hosting this panel. I also want to reiterate my thanks to Samir and the team and the Ordering and Belonging Institute for hosting this and allowing for researchers and people coming together from all across the continent. Marking Jose's words, I'm currently residing in Dhaka, Bangladesh, but I am based in Ottawa, which is built on the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people, where I was originally supposed to be right now. But anyway, so sorry, I am just okay. So I'm Adiba Hasan. I am the research lead at the Institute for Canadian Citizenship. This is an honor to present not only from a professional point of view, but I'm also just a few weeks Canadian citizen old. So I'm also bringing some personal perspective on this as well. So diving right into it, I'm going to give a little overview about the ICC, which is the Institute for Canadian Citizenship. And then I'll give a little overview about how data is managed within Canada and specifically immigration data. And then I'll delve deeper into some of the research that we've done and the paths that were created to further research within immigration. So the Institute for Canadian Citizenship, which I will refer to as the ICC, exists to make immigration work for Canada and to make Canada work for immigrants. And this is done in really two folds, which is through the Canoe Access Pass, which is an initiative that helps newcomers build roots and hopefully a sense of belonging in the country that they've chosen or where they've fled to make a home. And this is through providing free access to cultural institutions, museums, all across Canada. Our second piece, which I'm involved in, is the research and data analysis. So we delve into citizenship trends and immigration retention patterns. And over the last, I'd say 2 years, our findings that we've been really hampering down on is a concerning trend. So one is that fewer immigrants are choosing to become citizens, and the other part is that more immigrants are opting to leave the country. There are issues of the different sides of the same coin. So it's really about retention and retaining immigrants within Canada. A lot of our research relies on publicly available data, which we analyze to uncover these insights. So how exactly is the data system managed within Canada and specifically the immigration data? Canada's immigration data landscape is multifaceted. It involves multiple different bodies, as you can see in this little chart. So the data is collected, and I'm specifically speaking about immigration data, through these few different agencies. But the ones that we work with more specifically are with Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada, which is the body that collects and releases immigration data, anything to do with migration, whether it be an application or it is submitting the data information or anything like that, it goes through the IRCC. Statistics Canada is the National Statistical Office of Canada. It provides analytical support and delves deeper into their analysis because they have access to census data, which they can combine with a lot of deeper analytical tools. They also developed something called as the Longitudinal Immigration Database. In short form, it's called the IMDb, and not to confuse it with the movie IMDb, which I have gotten confused before. But anyway, which is a pretty cool concept and format because it links immigration data and tax data to understand socioeconomic outcomes of immigrants. So they track from the day of arrival till how many ever days that they are in Canada and so forth. And they've done pretty intensive and collective work on analyzing this data. All of this packaged together goes through the Open Government portal, which is where we have access to the public data sets. And there's various different kinds, but at the ICC, I focus on specifically the IRCC data. But the ICC engages with and collaborates with all the different levels over here. So we work with the government, we work with Statistics Canada, we work on building dashboards, we also work with researchers, individual or collective, and policymakers as well. Ooh. Okay, sorry, there we go. So in our work, when we first started looking into the raw data and our research arm really got established, we noticed that there was a lack of accessible immigration data, meaning that when we wanted to know how many citizens were admitted in Canada, how many people got their permanent residency in 2022, for example, it was very scattered and difficult to find. You really needed to have a good amount of network or the right kind of person to indicate and navigate the right link that you had to press in order to get that data, or you just had to have the tools. So it wasn't really accessible to everyday people. While the data existed, it's what John said, it wasn't really being utilized or implemented in the storytelling aspect. It existed. So to address this, we developed a dashboard that tracks monthly trends in new Canadian citizenship and also new permanent residents. And we made this publicly available, accessible, and hopefully more understandable. It helped us internally to mark trends, start indicating patterns of whether there is a connection between months, whether there is a month where there was an increase of PRs or a decrease of citizens, and so forth. We collaborated with a researcher and a former government official called Andrew Griffith, who assisted us in analyzing raw data related to citizenship and immigration. He's also helped us with a lot other resources as well that I'll be talking about. But this was just one part, and I think through this we started asking a lot of questions, like critical questions, like, are we asking the right questions? Are we looking at the right data points? What else should we be looking at? And then what we found was that the trends showed that there was a dip in PR, or there was a lag in the number of people choosing to become citizens. And then one of the questions that came up was, in Canada, the permanent residents, so the number of people who become permanent residents, the government has an official targeted level. But for the number of people who become citizens, that's something that they don't have. And so we started asking why they don't have that. This led us to a host of different collaboration and findings. So we collaborated with Ipsos to do a large-scale survey in understanding newcomers' perspective about Canada. What we found was that newcomers felt welcomed mostly, and these are highly skilled workers. There is more research done on the demographics and everything, but on this, it was the highly skilled workers. But they felt welcomed, but they faced major housing and financial challenges that still influenced their overall decision to stay or leave Canada. The second was the leaky bucket, which is a longitudinal study that we do with the Conference Board of Canada. And we looked at immigrant onward migration. So basically immigrants choosing to go to another country for better opportunities or back to their own country, but because they haven't found the right opportunities in Canada and something else that influenced them to go out. And then the third was a visualization that we worked with Andrew Griffith again on understanding the demographics, the country of origin of people leaving, staying, whether dual citizenship had any impact on people's decision to become citizens or not. These studies highlight that economic factors, housing, income, and the gap between expectations and reality play a significant role in immigrants' decision to stay or leave. However, it is still quite limiting, and we questioned whether it captured the full picture. So to delve deeper, we conducted ethnographic interviews leading to this report called the In Between Belonging report. The qualitative approach led us and allowed us to understand the nuances behind immigrants' decision to become citizens or not, emphasizing the importance in connecting the human stories behind the numbers. So while we focused a lot on the raw numbers and visualizing the data numbers, I felt that we didn't really have the other aspect of stories for other aspects of belonging and other aspects of stories about immigrants themselves. I've just been told that I have to wrap up, so I'm going to make this really quick. One of the key things that we found was that immigrants want to be a part of Team Canada, but have been struggling to recognize the value in return. So in order to really hone in an understanding of what immigrants go through, we really need to look at the full picture. It's important to look at data not only as numbers, but also as the stories, because it quickly can become distorted, which we've seen in the last year in Canada. Unfortunately, there has been a lot more anti-immigrant sentiments rising, but it's not an anti-immigrant society as of yet. In all of this, we end up with the numbers, but all of the numbers needs to be contextualized. What does this all mean? It means that if we don't pay attention to the reality that we're facing right now in Canada, which is understanding that people might leave, what are the causes, what are the benefits, we risk facing shortages in various sectors and of various kinds. And I will end with this and hope that I can delve deeper with the questions.
Thank you, Adiba. I have to say that I myself am just a few weeks Mexican and citizen, so I heard your experience and I was connecting to that. I wanted to first of all, before the question, just remark that's this relation that you present in your case about in between the raw data with information, but also the translation of that information that you can give sense to raw data with the public message you're transmitting on that. And I think that is a really important part. We are going to be going deeper on that in the Q&A section at the end of presentations. But regarding that, I wanted to ask you something very, very specific that is about this mechanism to collect statistics from institutions in Canada. You said that this information was a sort of fragmented, and there were things that were not there. You had to do an effort and bring a few institutions together just to make sense of that information. And I wanted to ask if you feel, or if in your experience, you think that that is something that comes from the very nature of the institution, that it just gathers and gathers and gathers and gathers and not necessarily provides a narrative of that? Or do you think that there's sort of bias or something that is happening that somehow influence that lacking of coherence on the data they are producing?
So I'm going to put my Adiba personal immigrant hat on and say that I think there is definitely a lack of cohesion in bringing together the data from government, civil society, and all of that. But I think that we have a society in Canada that likes to gather the knowledge. We have the knowledge, we have the utensils, the tools to gather this knowledge. But I don't think we've really have expertized, or we've specialized in disseminating that information in a digestible way. I don't know if that's because there's just not been an effort or an urgency to do that, because oftentimes I think data becomes stories when there's an urgency to tell the story of someone, especially when it comes to when a population is being othered. So that's what I've noticed with immigration data as well, that the one data point, which is there's too many immigrants in Canada, became the focus, was when it affected the larger societal issues like healthcare, housing, and all of that. If Canadians and Canadian institutions had started gathering this data and storytelling earlier on, I think there could have been, we could have been better at handling the current rhetoric that we're at. So I do think that it's a bit of both, that, there are biases, but I think with immigration data or just with storytelling of data, there's just not been a lot of literacy involved.
Thank you. I think that it's very good to put on the hat of the migrant yourself to answer this, because it's not that obvious what is happening. And I think this idea of the urgency that the raw data becomes information when it deals with something that is urgent, I think is very, very important. Thank you very much, Adiba. We are going to listen to Monica Meltis now, and after we finish with the presentations, we are coming back with another Q&As just to go deeper on this. Thank you very much, Adiba. Hi,
Thanks, Hilda.
Monica.
Hi.
Monica. Thank you for joining. Well, I'm going to introduce briefly. Monica Mentis is director of Data Civic Data, which is a Mexican organization that works and does research investigation related to the use of statistics for pattern recognition in the identification of clandestine graves in Mexico, which we all know is a really serious issue in Mexico, and also regarding different human rights violation and documentation of missing person cases, among other things. This is an organization focused essentially on revealing human rights violation and bringing to the public eye. And she's going to be presenting something that we were talking before, that it makes more sense, it's more beautiful in Spanish, that is Datos para la vida, and in English is Data for Life, and it's about the work they are doing on the statistics, institutional statistics regarding assassinations and disappearances and all that. So Monica, thank you very much for being here, and 8-10 minutes, and then we come back for a question.
Thank you. Let me just try to present this. Compartir pantalla. Sí. Es que no sé por qué. I think because I have two monitors, so maybe let me take this monitor away, because I think that's a problem. A ver. Ay, no sé qué pasa. Tu navegador bloqueó la pantalla. I'm sorry, just a second. ¿Por qué está pasando esto? Ah, aquí está. Ok, creo que esto ya tendría que funcionar. Presentación. Okay, meanwhile, I work on this. Thank you for the invitation. This is really interesting, and I think that there's a lot to share from the perspective from a transnational perspective. I don't know how to do this. I'm sorry for the trouble with this. A ver. Translated slides. See, no, I don't think it's working. Okay, I can do it without the slides. This is okay, don't worry. Bueno, thank you everyone. I'm sorry that my slides are not working, but we can do it without the slides. So the project I mean, not the project, but the perspective that I wanted to share with you is, as Hilda was saying, a project that we've been working on that's called Datos para la vida, which makes more sense maybe in Spanish. But I don't know, it just sounds better, I think. But anyway, the thing that we've been working on in Data Civica, as Hilda was saying, is that we have a perspective on using data and technology for trying to better understand the problems that we have, and also trying to generate different perspectives to maybe not find solutions because that's very ambitious, but trying to just figure out how to generate better strategies for our work, no, regarding particularly human rights. So we've been working on trying to understand how homicides data are being useful for having a better strategy for decreasing homicides. As you might know, Mexico's been going on, the Mexican context has a lot of violence right now, ever since the war on drug was declared in 2007. And ever since, there's been a lot of homicides. And the thing about the data in Mexico with homicides is that, and not only in Mexico, in general in the world, I think that there's a problem regarding how do we use data, homicidal data, to decrease the violence in Mexico, which means that the data of homicides should be useful for generating strategies on that, no? What we've been looking at is how to introduce an intersectional perspective for the analysis of homicidal violence in Mexico, and particularly recognizing our biases and what are the implications of those biases in the data. So I'll talk more about that, and how those biases are already being institutionalized. What does this mean? If we're using data for generating strategies, muchas gracias. Perdón que eso no funciona. Pero if we're using data for generating strategies for decreasing the homicidal violence in Mexico, and this data has a lot of biases, we will then generate strategies that reproduce these biases, no? And this is something that might be a little bit obvious, but I would like to tell you a little bit of some of the examples that we've seen, no? Can you change it, please, Mark? Thank you for your help. What we did is trying to better understand how those intersectional data or registries, or how does intersectionality traduces to better registries, no? So we've been working on a mixed methodology using both qualitative and quantitative data that was first analyzing the methodology of the data, and I'm talking about specifically the Registro de Mortalidad, which is a registry that we use in Mexico for homicides that comes from the Health Secretariat, but passes through an institution that's called Instituto Nacional, the National Institute of Statistics and Geography, which is quite a trust worth. Also, we trust a lot in that data from the institute, no? So when we gathered this compilation, this data, we realized that what's the information that we need in order to generate better information on house people being murdered in Mexico, no? So we talked to different organizations and experts dedicated to document different type of homicides cases in Mexico. So we talked about with sexual workers, with migrants, with people with disabilities, with people with HIV, HIV activists, gender and sexual diversity activists, just to try to understand what are the issues that we have in the registry that are actually invisibilizing, I don't know if that's a word in English, but invisibilizar. How are these particular populations are being killed in Mexico? So just to give you an example, we have, and this is not only in Mexico, I think this is something that's common with all countries and all registries, is that we have a problem gathering information of specific populations that are not the populations that the government and the institutions are most worried about, no? So we have information, a lot of information of how the women in Mexico City, particularly, or in urban places, are killed. But we have less information on how African Mexican people, o bueno, Afro-Mexican, no sé cómo es la traducción, Afro-Mexicanas, people are killed, or women with disabilities, or trans people, sexual workers, etc. No? And when I say that these biases are institutionalized, I mean that if we are not doing an effort on registering these different type of killings of these populations, and our strategies as a society and as a government are only done using the data that's available, that's the data that's more linked with cases of people in urban areas or with specific characteristics, then we're only targeting our strategies to decrease homicides for these populations. And we're leaving behind all of the differentiated strategies on how people are being killed that are not these populations that the government are trying to achieve. No, and I know that I have a little time, but I just want to tell you, maybe if we go to the slide number 8, Mark, please. There is an issue regarding on how can we improve this data. So what information about the victim's identity is necessary to understand how the violence affects them differently? Some of the common challenges have to do with self-identification. The human rights como world defines that the most proper way to name ourselves and to identify ourselves is self-identification, no? But what happens when we're talking about when we're talking about corpses and people that are no longer living, no? How can we generate this self-identification? That is really hard, no? And another common challenge has to do with the complexity of identities and the possibility of being classified within more than one category. So for example, this is something common in Mexico regarding journalists. There is a lot of precarization of journalists in Mexico, and I guess around the world. So a lot of journalists have to do other work. So for example, we have a case in Mexico of a journalist that was killed, and the government wasn't able, or bueno, didn't wanted to recognize that this was a killing of a journalist because he was killed during his taxi driver profession, no? Which is something that journalists often do. They do have their journalist work and they have other work. So this is another complexity. So some of the recommendations that we've been able to generate, and this is something that I would like to share, and also to ask if you have other ideas on in which ways in other countries are doing this or other places are doing this, is to include the perspective of the person's social family, not only the consanguineous family, no? So that's the first thing. Second thing, to have bodies made of specialists who periodically review the relevance of pre-established categories, the categorical variables in the data for the variables related to identity individuals. So for example, are these categories are still useful or not? Should we put something that's maybe not in these specific categories and just an open place so people can put other categories, no? And then in additional to categorical variables that include pre-established values, this is what I was saying, include open fields when it is possible to record any other term. And I just want to finish with this because I think that I'm just talking about the things that are the challenges, but I think that there's other useful information that needs to be collected regarding, for example, when we talk about femicides in Mexico, recording acts of torture or sexual violence is relevant in cases where the victims are targets of exclusion, discrimination, persecution, or vulnerability. And also recording non-lethal aggressions, no? Marks and wounds on the body can help to identify the profile of the possible perpetrators. We talk a lot about the victims, but not a lot about the information that's gathered for trying to identify the perpetrators and then generate strategies to address the perpetrators and not only to identify the victims, no? And this is just regarding homicidal violence, no? So what I would like to say, and this is, I will finish with this because I know I'm taking a little bit more time, is that there is a need to generate a participatory process in generating the registries that we're using for documenting homicides in Mexico and in the world. And what does this mean? If we do not include all different populations when generating these registries, we're probably not going to include the variables or the characteristics of these persons that are useful for generating strategies for these populations, no? So just in general, I would like to end up saying that there is an important need if we want to have if we want to talk about data for justice, for social justice, there is a very important aspect of incorporating different people and different populations in the participatory design, in the design of these registries, and then not only in the design but also in the execution and the design as well of the strategies for diminishing the homicidal violence, no? So yes, I would finish with that, and I'm sorry that I couldn't put the data, but if we put the first slide, Mark, there is my information, my contact information there, so I would be more than happy to contact and talk more about this.
Thank you, Monica. I want to ask something very specific, and I ask you, you to answer in the more concise way. We are going to be opening a bit more, but I wanted to know how. I think it's very clear this need of having a participatory focus on how this data is gathered. I think that's really important, because otherwise you will have like a lot of biases that are translated from data to strategies to deal with this homicidal issue. You know. But my question is there a way of doing that you recognize that is already established, or this organization, like your own organization and these other organizations that you are mentioned, are trying to push that idea into INEGI, into this National Institute for Statistics, or is there a way that is already established where INEGI is like, you can provide this to INEGI to improve the way of collecting data?
Sí, gracias, Hilda. So just to explain a little bit of the process of how this data is generated, these are the actas de defunción, which are death certificates, no? So the first respondent, which is usually a police or a doctor, goes to the body, to the dead body, and then registries some of the pre-established variables there, no? There's a lot of problems regarding the way in which they fill the form, because most of the times, for example, how can you know just by looking at someone if this person is an indigenous person, for example, or identify itself as an indigenous person? No, this is like something that's a problem. In Mexico, people identify them, also they do a self-identification of if they identify themselves as indigenous, but the data is usually made out of asking the person a question if they speak an indigenous language or not. Most of the indigenous people in Mexico do not speak anymore an indigenous language, even though they identify themselves as indigenous, no? So this is problematic on the first place, no? And it is hard. We don't have the full answers of this. Some people have said that we are trying to suggest to generate a sociological peritage. ¿Se dice peritage? Sí, como auditory. I'll find the word and put it on the chat. But doing a sociological peritage, which means you go to the family and ask the people of this person that has passed away if they knew if they identify themselves as indigenous. This is one of the recommendations. Another problem can be, for example, there's a lot of misgendering of trans people, for example, no? If they see the biological body of some of the people that haven't had a transition, for example, or that are not even weren't even interested in having a transition. Like, how can you say if someone is non-binary or trans women, for example, no? The same with other examples. So what we're suggesting is to do a social peritage, which again, I don't know if that's the word, but I'll look it now. This is something that is expensive and hard, so we're trying to do a pilot to see if there is any possibility to do it. And INEGI, what INEGI does is that they process the data from the Health Institute and they publish it, no? So they actually do not do like the registry on itself, but rather they check that everything makes sense. But they don't have access to the corpses, no, or to other information. So this is something that should be. It's still a challenge. We do not have a full answer on how we should be doing that, but we're trying to push for this type of social peritajes, no?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think it's something we are going to be going deeper there. We already have a few questions that I will just take at the end, but somehow I wanted to address this because it's somehow in the questions. All the questions are around how it's really participatory from people who are affected with these issues. Let's go with Lauren, and then we come back for the questions from the audience and other questions that can like help weaving all you're presenting. So thank you very much, Monica, and welcome, Lauren. It's a really huge pleasure to have you here. Lauren Klein is Winship Distinguished Research Professor and Associate Professor in the Departments of Quantitative Theory and Method and English at Emory University. And she directs the Digital Humanities Lab at the University, Emory University, and Atlanta Interdisciplinary AI Network. And she brings together computational and critic methods in order to explore questions of gender, race, and justice. And she's going to be talking about, she's going to be explaining us a bit about what she's doing regarding the discriminatory effects of data and AI, which is like the problem we are all connected with now, and I'm sure it will be like really fruitful listening to you. So go ahead, and then we come back for a few questions. Remember, you have like 8-10 minutes, and then we come back.
Super. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to try to present my slides. Oh, amazing. Okay. StreamYard. Very official. What I wanted to do is, as Hilda mentioned, is just offer some more high-level thoughts about the role of data and the possibilities of harnessing data to work towards justice in the current landscape of AI. And I really appreciate the concrete examples and strategies that the other speakers have offered. And I actually will offer a couple more in a minute or so, some that are quite related actually to what Monica was speaking about. But I wanted to start with a quick reflection on the current moment with respect to the broader landscape of scholarship and criticism in this area, which is this. over the past 10 years or so, we've seen the development of what's really an amazing body of work that's given us concepts and frameworks and examples that allow us to understand the harmful and discriminatory effects of data and increasingly AI. And what this work does, and you can see it up on the screen, is it shows very convincingly how without intervention, our data sets, our data systems, our algorithms, all of these things, what they do if left unchecked is to just accelerate and exacerbate longstanding and enduring social inequalities. And we all know which ones these are: sexism, racism, colonialism, and more. But I think what these works are really valuable in exposing is how data and now AI, these are not things that are outside of power. And what we're seeing very acutely right now as these AI systems are permeating the US government at the federal level and restricting and reallocating grant funding and making decisions about people to fire and agencies to defund, aligning sensitive data sets, all of these things which we're hearing about in the news. What we're seeing is an external reflection of the fact that the power of data is increasingly concentrated among a sort of elite group of people and institutions and actors, but also that power is wielded through data and AI. And so that's sort of the point that I think a lot of this work, unfortunately, very depressingly sort of showed us 10 years ago, and now we're seeing it play out in the world. And so this is where the second line of research comes in. And so this work has to do not only with continuing to document harms and offering additional concepts to describe this really unequal configuration of power, but the other role of this body of work is to try to be creative and forward thinking about what it looks like to use data and data science in the service of justice. So sort of more aligned with the goals of the panel today. And so this body of work collectively says, yes, it is possible to envision and maybe even build alternative data practices and really what are really data ecosystems, right? Because they extend beyond the data itself. Even if they only exist at small scale or in a local context or just for a weekend. And it's not a coincidence that these approaches often leverage alternate value systems, right? And worldviews that come from feminist studies, Indigenous studies, Black, queer, decolonial studies and perspectives and things like this. And this is actually where I would situate a lot of my own work with data feminism, which is the book that you see on, I don't know if it's mirroring or not, on the side, I'm going to say on the side of the screen. And I wrote this with Catherine D'Ignazio. And what we looked at in this work was how intersectional feminist theory, along with the already existing data practices of activists and citizens and journalists and artists and lots of other people, how these sort of point us towards some principles for doing data science in a feminist and justice-oriented way. And so what I'm going to do just for the rest of my time is talk about some examples from the book and a couple that have emerged since then that point us to some concrete ways of doing data science or harnessing data in the service of justice as this panel asks us to do. And I realized also that I totally forgot to look at the clock when I started. So Hilda, please just let me know if I am talking for too long. So the very first step in any process that is invested in using data for justice is to survey the current data ecosystem and determine what forces of power are shaping it. And by this, I mean very specifically, what forces of power, so like who and what is determining what data exists in the world and might be able to be used for affecting change, and what data does not yet exist in the world and needs to be created first in order so that this change can be affected. And one of the examples that we use in data feminism, and I continue to just think is such a North Star for this work, is the artwork, The Library of Missing Data Sets by Mimi Onwoha, which is what you're staring at here. The artwork actually exists in two different forms. One is just a GitHub repository, which you can Google and find and look at right now. And the other is a physical artwork. That's what you're looking at in the photograph. And in the case of the artwork, these missing data sets are sort of physicalized, right? The data sets are the labels on these file folders. And what you do when you encounter this is you look at the folders, you tab through them, you find one that you think might be interesting or urgent or addressing an issue that you care very much about. But then when you go to learn more about it, you open the folder is empty. So the data sets and the artwork are physically missing. But I bring this up to say that the point that Onwoha is trying to make with this piece is that these data sets are not missing arbitrarily, right? They're missing for a reason. And that reason is this profound imbalance of power with respect to data collection that exists in the world today. And like, we know who has this power, right? It's the government. It's moneyed institutions. And generally speaking, the types of people and communities and groups that we hope to serve through our data work, these folks don't have the same amount of resources to create data about the problems that they think matter. Which is why a feminist approach, and I would say more generally sort of a justice-oriented approach to using data, has to begin with this analysis of power, because what ends up happening is that the data sets that we can access that sort of come to us, those have already been overdetermined by these forces of power in the world, and they shape the questions that we can pursue through our research and ideally intervene into. They've sort of already predetermined the set of questions that we can address using data. And so our work might be unduly circumscribed if we don't sort of be very aware and attentive and vigilant about the data sets that we might want to do our work, but we might need to take steps to create first. And I know that Monica has already spoken a little bit about data sets like these, so I'm not going to rehash this, but I will just say that the issue of feminicide, particularly in Mexico, but really everywhere in the world, is a place where there's a lot of activism around data collection and using data in order to bring the issue to attention at scale. Right? And in data feminism, we talk about this example in particular. What you're looking at are maps made by someone named Maria Salguero. We talk about her work as an example of feminist counter data. So this is just activist data collection that steps in any case where the state or these sort of large institutions fail to ensure the safety or the needs of the population that they purportedly serve. And it represents one way to use data to challenge power. But I want to move on from here, because one of the questions that people always have about this idea of collecting counter data is whether or not it can scale up to meet the demands of AI, which, as we all know, has sort of orders of magnitude larger requirements for the kinds of data that it needs. And the short answer to this is in certain contexts and under certain conditions, yes, it can scale. And one of the things that has been a little heartening amidst this overwhelmingly depressing landscape is that over the past year in the area of what are called low resource languages, and so low resource languages just means languages that don't have the same amount of resources, including financial resources, technical resources, tools, and support, in order to create data about them at the level that a language like English, for example, has. So we've seen a number of efforts to create new data sets for these languages for the purposes of training AI systems, for example, the Maori language, and which is what you see in one of the screenshots here. And then also there are companies that are working to spur the development of research, so sort of computational tools on African languages. And so these are all really welcome developments. But I want to make one thing very clear, or actually two things very clear. One, so collecting more data is not the universal solution to these issues of missing data, because in a lot of cases, collecting data on vulnerable populations can very often lead to unwanted exposure or outright harm. And then the other thing, in the case of AI development in particular, these efforts to bring these sort of underserved languages into these AI models ends up only reproducing existing power differentials. And so it's very significant that the specific examples that I have up on the screen are led by people from the communities they seek to support with their work, and the ownership of the data remains with those communities. It doesn't get slurped up into these multinational corporations and their models. Okay, I see Eve's note that we're running short on time, so I'm going to try to move a little bit quickly through the next examples. But I just want to sort of abstract a little bit about this principle that I think can guide all of us in doing this kind of work, which I see as a feminist principle, which has to do with embracing pluralism, which people have already discussed. And this essentially just means, listening to and learning from a range of sources of knowledge. And again, what I'll emphasize in my portion of the presentation is, again, we've started to see examples of how this can carry over from the very small and local instances of intentional and care-oriented data projects to these larger scale projects and projects that exist on platforms. And I'm just going to talk very briefly, maybe just even about one and a half. So the one example that I wanted to bring up is this project led by someone named Maria Antoniak, and it involves the development of a chatbot for pregnant people. And the basic idea was like, when you're pregnant, you have lots of questions. You might want to ask these questions of, a resource with actual factual information. You might want to ask a doctor. You might want to ask your friend. But those resources are not available at all times. Sometimes you just want sort of a casual check-in or like sort of your own sanity check as to what is going on with your body. But so that's sort of the motivation for this project. But very crucially, the project team did not say like, okay, great, let's build a chatbot, right? Instead, what they did was they conducted an extended interview process with people who had been pregnant, who were going through pregnancy, who might have expertise relating to pregnancy. And they sort of asked them what they might want or need, or what would be sort of sufficient in order to guarantee that this information would be trustworthy, and then synthesized the results. And the output of the project wasn't a chatbot, but rather a set of guidelines for future developers should they seek to build something that was A, of all wanted, B, of all factual and accurate, and C, of all like something that would be used. And very quickly, this is a project that has really extensive documentation. It's from the Data Against Feminicide project. It's actually a project that Catherine, my data feminism co-author, has been working on for the past several years, and you can Google it and you can find amazing documentation and information about this project on their website. But this is another project that, again, sort of like didn't treat the development of a tool as a foregone conclusion, and I think that is such an important crucial first step to like not go in saying we need to build something or these people are going to be helped by my work or our work. You need to engage and figure out whether or not the intervention that you seek is actually wanted and necessary. And this really takes me to the conclusion here, because I want to connect this sort of impulse to sort of like build a thing or do a thing or produce tech or data analysis to this larger conversation that we've been seeing right now about the question of inevitability with respect to AI. And this is sort of like shorthand for a really set of important critiques that are essentially asking the same kind of question. Like, is it inevitable that all we get are like all the ChatGPTs and we have like AI making all of these consequential decisions in our federal government? Like, does it need to be this way? And I think one of the important and really helpful things about this framing is that, scholars, and I should say like someone like Mar Hicks in particular at UVA is really doing great work on this. What they're trying to do is point to the fact that, we don't seem to have a choice in the acceptance or the receivership of these tools, right? They're sort of being thrust upon us. It's being presented to us as this inevitability. Which is why I've been really interested and sort of heartened to see some subtle reframing of this inevitability argument. So what you see here is a quote that comes from Dr. Alondra Nelson. She was the former head of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy during the Biden administration. And this quote comes from a speech that she made at the AI Action Summit, with the big one that was held in Paris right at the start of the Trump presidency that J.D. Vance went to. It was attended by like multiple heads of state. So this is like, top level decision makers here. And she said, "It is not inevitable that AI will lead to great public benefits. The outcomes that many of us hope for or anticipate are not inherent features of the technology itself." And what I really like about this framing is just how it flips the inevitability question around. Whereas this question of inevitability has to this point led to these discussions about like the acceleration of wealth and resource extraction to like its deeply harmful environmental impacts, like the general immiseration of the human experience. And just to be clear, these are very legitimate concerns, which also need to continue to be probed. But I like how Nelson gives us a beacon for people who want to be figuring out ways to use this technology in order to work towards justice. And I'm going to end really, really soon. This is the rest of the quote. I won't read it, but I will talk about it. Like what if what might or might not be inevitable about AI is great public benefit, right? Like what if we could find a way to achieve good with AI in these areas of science and education and justice? And I think they're really crucially, like if this future is possible, but not inevitable, what concrete steps would it actually take to get us there? And so that's really where I wanted to end my comments. To be clear, like there's this vast chasm between this vision of data and AI that imparts benefit to people and the one that is currently being forced upon us, right? But we need something to hold on to, especially now. So that's why I really like this vision that doesn't just ask, but really demands the involvement of those who stand the most to gain or to lose by these innovations. That I think really needs to be the starting point for all of the work that we do. So that's all that I've got for my comments. And thanks so much for listening.
Thank you, Lauren. We are going to skip ahead a bit because I was thinking about a question that I wanted to ask, but I'm going to go straight to the questions from the audience that we have in the chat. We can all see it and start from Adiba, Monica, and then you, and go like gathering everything and going to a conclusion because we are a bit late on time. We don't want to take the time of the next panel. So if it's okay for you, I'm going to start with the question from the audience, and then we can build from there to thread around your presentations that are really good. I already thinking in so many common issues. I was just like to frame before going on to the question from the audience that I think it's really important, the relation here between the approach you have to the gathering and producing information with this data, the worries about how to make it more inclusive in terms of how people participate on that, and how that creates a differential with power that it's on the institutions, governments, and all these companies producing AI, and how that brings forward the issue of the relation with power, the analysis of the power differential, and that opens to different ways of dealing with that you can be like contributing to improve that data is already there, or you can counter that data, and you could also create alternative ways of gathering data that reflect a bit more this approach of inclusion that I think is like really important. But I wanted to go to the questions, and in the order you were presenting, and there is a question here for Adiba that it has to do with the feedback. How is the feedback from the public, from the immigrants in Canada that have been using this platform, and also how did you ensure participants, particularly from vulnerable communities, to feel comfortable and safe enough to share their data? That is something that is already on the conversation, because collecting data is not something that vulnerable communities always want to do because it brings exposure. And there is another question that is also for Monica, but I think you can address it too. That is about how those violence data tell a story about the system against versus the individual who commits the crime. This is for Monica, but I think it's more for Monica, if you can address that too, but I think it's more for Monica in the context of homicidal data. And we can go with you, Adiba, and then I have other questions for Monica and other questions for Lauren.
Sure. Thanks, Hilda. Very interesting conversation, Lauren, about AI as well. But to the audience question, In terms of feedback from the public, so we've gotten feedback from other organizations about how they've used it and the visual aspect of it, and that it's been helpful in just visually seeing the trend. But from the immigrant perspective, we have not received a lot. And I think I can answer that why, because as an immigrant myself, I wouldn't necessarily look at citizenship rates or citizenship numbers. I think this is an internal ongoing conversation about what else to add. And I think there's something called as the invitations to apply, is basically the number, the points that the government gives out in that immigrants have to reach, because immigration in Canada is point based, and that's how you basically enter the system. If that was tracked, I think immigrants would be a lot more motivated to go on our platform and look at the dashboard. But for now, we didn't really get feedback from immigrants themselves, but organizations. And for the second question about vulnerable communities, so for the dashboard itself, we just used public accessible data that comes from IRCC, Statistics Canada, and we didn't really need to go in detail about with other communities or get more into depth with that. For the ethnographic research that we did, it was in two parts. Number one was a survey that was sent out to, I think it was around 40,000 people, to understand their perspective about Canadian citizenship. And then among the folks who responded, we sent out a second phase of the study, which was getting interviews, and there was around 50 to 60 people who responded. So it was basically everything on there. The ownership was on them. Their decision to come and talk and speak with us, and how open they will want to speak with us.
That sounds relatively better than the situation we see in Mexico and what Lauren was talking about, the States, where it's really difficult to collect this data from vulnerable people and communities.
I will say that I think me bringing in my immigrant experience also warms the conversation. And I think there's a personal experience that adds to doing ethnographies, and what Lauren was talking about, the languages, that the ownership is really among the communities. I think that this is where the power is, that I can speak to the immigrants who are coming, and I can speak the language because I have the lived experiences. And I think that's very important when it comes to any form of gathering data or analyzing data and telling that story. Otherwise, it does get distorted.
Yeah, that's really good that you're advancing on that, because the question 4 is just about how the presenters have engaged the community with lived experience, and somehow your focus on that is that you are part of that community, so that makes possible to open the conversation in a more like warm way, that is not only like, okay, I'll answer these questions, not that. And I think that is really important, and of course it really impacts on the gathering process of data. Would you like Monica to address this question about how does violence data tell a story about the relation between system and individuals committing the crime?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to share a document that we've been working on also at Data Civica for reference to the people. So what we see in Mexico, just to give you an example on this, is that there's been a shift on the way in which women particularly are murdered, not only in the way in which they're murdered, but also where they've murdered. Before the declaration of the war on drugs, I'm sorry, mostly women were killed in their houses by knives and other stuff. We call it in Spanish armas blancas, no? after the declaration of war on narcotráfico and drugs, there's been a shift, and women are now mainly killed similarly than men in the streets by gunfires. So this shift tells us about the system in which people are being killed, no? So it is not necessarily that women are stopped being killed inside their houses, but the thing is that I thank you very much, Mark. It's the page 10, but it's okay. I just wanted to share a graph on that to show you a little bit of this shift. Is the right one, the tasa de homicidios de mujer según lugar de ocurrencia? And I'm sorry, this is in Spanish, but this is just a graph to share. The pink one or the orange one is how it changed for women in how women are killed in the public places rather than in their households. So what is this telling us is that about the system that is killing these people rather than the perpetrators itself, no? So what we've seen is that there is a war in Mexico, and the war has its effect in the way in which people are killed, and particularly women are killed. So I think I just wanted to share this example because this is, I think, and thank you for the question, because I think it's a very important question, the way in which we should be seeing this data. Of course, we're interested in the perpetrators because we want to know what's going on with them, but we want to know what's going on with them not individually, but rather inside and how they're inserted in the system that's also violence. So in Mexico, the dynamics of the war has changed so much, not only for women as victims, but also for men as victims of a system that pushes them to go outside the streets, to go to the streets and participate in this type of violence in a dynamic of a war, no? So yes, thank you for this question. I think this is a very, very important perspective in our analysis.
Thank you, Monica. Now we have time to address the Lauren presentation. Sorry, Lauren, I just wanted to make sure that we had the time to do so. There's a commentary that I think is really good. It's from Hillary Games. I'm sorry I didn't mention the names of the people making the questions, but we had it on the screen. And the comment is that we can see here how and what data is so important. And she asked, sharing is just as vital. And when looking at strategies, is there a focus on where to share the data for prevention efforts? I think this is also for Monica, but I think if you can address it too, Lauren, because finally it's about, I think this is for the three of you could answer this, because it's about how that data is presented in a way that works for the communities. So if you can address that, and there is another, there is a comment here, and I will let you answer and comment on this one, but it will bring me to another question that I wanted to do. And the question here for Catherine Gimmon is, what counts as data also predetermines what can be looked at, the bias against qualitative data in many arenas, for example. And it's exactly what you were talking, no? How this bias goes from the data to information to public discourse, and how it's it predetermined and also it's reproduced and reinforced when it is somehow translated from raw data. So if you could address that, and then I have another question for you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, both of these are really, really crucial questions, so I appreciate them. The first one, I think, and this is something that I'm guessing is not news to anyone who is listening in on this call, but we have sort of been taught that open data, that sharing data, that all of these are impulses that are sort of universally good. And one of the things that I think becomes very clear when you return to these questions of power, and you even just think for a minute about the potential harm that could be brought about by collecting data on groups that are vulnerable for all sorts of reasons, is that openness should not be the default. And so I think there's a lot of good, and I think sort of most broadly, I think what this leads us to from the perspective of folks, and I'm including myself here, who sort of work with data in the day-to-day, is really viewing ourselves as stewards of the data, which means making choices about how and under what conditions, not even just the data as a monolith, but certain aspects of the data, certain aggregated or disaggregated facets of the data are shared, or even whether we as the data analysts sort of own the data at all, right? And you can look to really good models from Indigenous data sovereignty that have to do with keeping ownership of the data in the community itself and allowing outside researchers in only under certain conditions. I know that, in Catherine and her Data Against Feminicide project, even though she's building tools that sit upon data sources, she does not aggregate the data like at MIT. The tools are built with an underlying infrastructure that allows them to work locally, so that the activists themselves don't need to worry about their data being exposed. And I think that there's all sorts of practices that, when you go looking, you recognize that you need to make very contextual decisions about who owns the data, under what conditions it is shared, whether or not the full data set is shared, or whether just broad generalities are released and things like this. And then on the flip side, there's sort of the inverse of that, which is if you as a technical researcher are doing analysis with a community that doesn't necessarily have the same sort of technical or statistical training, how do you communicate results that matter back to communities? And that's a sort of second piece of this. And I think here we can look to the work of, for example, like Our Data Bodies does a really good job about this, essentially sort of translating more technical concepts into normal person language, so that communities not just can understand the results, but can also understand the decisions they might be asked to make about whether or not they offer up their data for any particular analysis. So those, I think, are sort of two parts of the same, or two sides of the same coin. With respect to this question about kinds of data and what counts as data, I really appreciate this question. And I have like a easy answer from my perspective, which is that really anything can and should be counted as data if it is collected systematically and with the intention of sort of systematic analysis. Because one of the things that we know, I have a lot of historical training, and one of the things we know, if we look back over pretty much the entire span of human history, is that claims about what is or is not technical, what is or is not professional, what is or is not worthy, which includes questions about what is or is not data, the methods we use. These are always exclusionary and sort of protective moves that are intended to maintain an elite class that is sort of authorized to make decisions about everyone else. And once you see that, you recognize that we already know that you can learn a lot of things from a lot of different methods. But once you see the power move of that, it really adds urgency to spreading the view, which is the reality, which is that anything can be data that is treated as such.
That brings me to the question I wanted to do. I ask you if you can answer in 1 minute, if you can, so we can do a final round with each of you. But what I wanted to ask is the relation of AI with data, considering this concept you're referring to as data, because there is this problem with AI about collecting massive amount of information to build on these AI entities. I'm thinking, for example, in how they use of these books from LibGen to build on these processor models. And so my question is there, do you think, is there a way to address that amount differential of power through the government institutions? And I'm talking right now about the United States in the current context.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a really bad position right now because the previous administration that could have done something to regulate what we're experiencing right now didn't do that. And now there's not the will at the federal level to impose any regulation that can stop these incredible breaches of privacy, of I mean, what is being set up right now is nothing less than a surveillance state, and it's really terrifying to me. What I will say, just to get to your question about sort of like scale and data and AI and power, is that I do think that, the federal government notwithstanding, a lot of the claims about AI needing big data or having big data and sort of the trust that we are asked to give to these systems because they are premised on big data, many of those are not true, right? We know this especially about, again, any population that is not representative in the normative, most likely output of these models is underrepresented in the data. And therefore, all of the claims, we need to be very suspicious and willing to push back against the claims that these systems do know everything, can serve everyone, and should take the role of actual human people with real world expertise to be making these decisions. Because I really do see a lot of these inflated claims about the power of AI to be very aligned with these protective sort of extractive moves where the people in positions of power just want to reinforce their own power rather than admit that they don't have all the data they need to be making trustworthy decisions, that they might need to be able to use systems that are not big in order to make more accurate decisions, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very important point of view that at the same time that we are trying to produce narrative, we have to be really aware to not buy in advance the narrative of the people in power, telling we know everything, and so now we know what we have to do, and you just have to accept it because we did the work of gathering the data we needed for that. And I think I would like to end with some remarks from you, that it could be like something that you keep from this conversation, but I would like to. I propose to be around how data can help us to include these vulnerable communities. How about create a sense of belonging through collecting the data and through being part of the discussion around that data, just in building messages of narratives or like make it like a public issue, but from communities, vulnerable communities. So I would like you to do that. If I know it's a huge question, but I would like to close like in 4 minutes. So if you can address that in 1-2 minutes, and then we close the panel. Adiba, we keep the same order if it's okay for you. Adiba, Monica, and Lauren.
Sure. Thanks, Hilda. Just, sideline to Lauren's point about governments not having data. In Bangladesh right now, there's Starling that's coming in. We're a population of 180 million people. And, the moment when this news came in, the question that arose was, whoa, this is a lot of data that they're going to have access to. And we are a very vulnerable population. How is that even going to... And I think it relates back to what you said, that they may not have those data, and this is their effort of getting those data in many ways. Anyway, that's the sideline. But in closing, from the immigration perspective in Canada, I just want to re-emphasize on the one thing, is that at this point, there's this one data point that I think is being emphasized upon and really highlighting the situation, is that there's too many immigrants that are coming in. A lot of the headlines are being fueled by that. A lot of the policies are being influenced by that. For example, immigration is the current elected government that happened yesterday. They're still going forth with capping immigration levels. But if we don't see the reality and understand what we're going into the future with, which is if people leave, that leaves Canadians and Canada at a loss, I think we risk a lot of polarization, and I think we risk the numbers being manipulated by the wrong institutions and organizations. We've seen that happen in the last year, and we just need a lot more cohesiveness amongst our civil society organizations. Immigration in all our countries, and specifically in Canada, I think has been seen as an economic asset And I think we should refrain from treating it as a static statistics. We need to come to a point where we can add context. And I think at the ICC, that's what we've been trying to do with building the narrative. But I think also on a personal level, I'd really like us as a North American continent to move from looking at immigrants as aliens or as the other and moving into thinking about integrating in ways to properly understand as humans and not just a number.
Right. Thank you.
I would just like to add, as a final remark, that, I mean, at Data Civica, we're always trying to talk about people's agency over our data, no? And this means that the organizations, the communities, the people, we should understand that we own the data, even though the economical structure doesn't allow us to access to that ownership, no, most of the times. So figuring out that we can generate information and data from our own processes, our own collective knowledge, and we can use it as we choose, we think that can strengthen our capabilities for agency and our capabilities for generating counter narratives, which Lauren was also talking about. In that sense, I would just say that I think that is really, really fundamental to have these type of conversations amongst us, and maybe generating different strategies for reducing the gap between those who use the data and those who generate the data, so that the benefits of the analysis and the use of that data and information are less biased, less unequal, and actually will help on the struggle of social justice in general. So thank you very much for this conversation, and I would be more than happy to continue it later. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Lauren?
Sure. I mean, maybe just to say something a little bit sort of different than all of the really important points that have been made so far, just from the perspective of working with data in communities. One of the things that we all know to be true is that the minute you start creating these data sets, what seems to be this sort of technical and abstract kind of thing is fundamentally an act of care that requires knowledge and is really affirming work. And I think when we hold on to sort of like, well, what can we do amidst the face of all these sort of giant anonymized extractive systems that we're seeing coming at us from all directions. And one of the things that we can really ground our work in is this community-based practice of data production and analysis, because, like everyone knows this to be true, but it's nice to remind ourselves, it's like, this is work that is affirming that, does represent community knowledge and desires, and it connects us to each other as we do this work. And so I, for one, am trying to ground myself in these smaller community-based practices as a way to give myself the motivation to keep going in spite of some of these overwhelming forces that are coming from outside.
Thank you very much. We don't have more time, so I won't wrap up completely what you have said, but I think you have covered the most important issues we have been talking about, that it has to do with the differential of power, with the exclusion of vulnerable communities, but also, and most importantly, I think that we have to focus on how to include, how to go in the different direction that the power seems to be going, generating inclusions and power from the communities to counter this narrative, and also to produce narrative that allow us to think of these communities as fully human and not aliens or other whatever people. I think that's really important. So thank you really for being part of this conversation, and thank you for showing your work that I think is really amazing, and also for opening this longer conversation that is going to be happening throughout the days with the rest of the panels. So I will pass it now to Richard to close the morning session, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, panelists. What a great conversation, and miss kind of all of the things that are happening as well in terms of, data, not just like we mentioned earlier here in North America, but across the globe, and even an internet outage of 24 hours here in downtown Los Angeles, right? It's all part of the conversation. So thank you all so much. Again, first of all, let me just say a quick shout out to the almost 800 of you who are watching us from all over the world. Thank you so much for being here. Again, we are the Othering and Belonging Institute, and you're here for the Equity Data Convening, a convening that is bringing together researchers and practitioners from all over North America. Right now, we're going to transition over to lunch. We're going to take a quick 30-minute intermission. And when we get back, we have another panel, and you'll be hearing from a couple of folks. Rachel Sagastas Wuttunee from Canada, who is a senior manager of urban Indigenous relationships for the city of Vancouver, leading initiatives for Indigenous equity. We have Máximo Jaramillo Molina from Mexico, who is an academic and political activist, proudly from Eastern Guadalajara, Mexico, de Tierra Tapatía, fighting against inequality and the myth of meritocracy. You'll have our from Samir Gambhir, who is the director of equity metrics at the Othering and Belonging Institute. And this panel will be moderated by Amanat Kular, a neuro-inclusion advocate and communications expert based in Toronto. Her work spans reporting on gender-based violence, research on gender equity and public policy, and advocacy for fair competition in India's digital economy. So make sure you come back, get your cafecito, get some water, stretch a little bit, and we'll see you back at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 de la tarde hora de Mexico, and 3 p.m. Eastern. So we'll come back and see you in 30 minutes. Thank you again for being here with us. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your little cafecito break, your little water break, your bio break, your lunch break. Again, thank you all for joining us at the Equity Data Convening hosted by the Othering and Belonging Institute. My name is Jose Richard Aviles, and I have the honor of being your MC today. And again, so welcome back. We will now be moving on to panel number 2, Innovating Equity Solutions with Data. Turning data insights into action requires tangible and measurable efforts that can drive positive change. Such efforts, though, have their fair share of complexities, including communicating the immediate and long-term potential impact of data work. What kind of audiences do we normally have, and what kind of audiences do we normally envision? What kinds of impacts have we achieved through this work, and what role should we play in shaping those impacts? With that, I'm going to introduce our moderator for this panel, Amanat Kular, who is a neuro-inclusion advocate and communications expert based in Toronto. She currently leads content and communications at Empowered BX, a social impact organization dedicated to supporting neurodivergent individuals, caregivers, educators, and professionals through compassionate behavior science. Born and raised in India, Amanat brings over a decade of experience in journalism and communications with the focus on gender, human rights, and inclusive policy advocacy. Good morning, good afternoon. How are you doing, Amanat?
I'm doing very well, Richard. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Well, I'll hand it over to you, and thank you for, again, being here with us today.
Thank you for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back. I'm so glad you could join us for our second panel of the day, Innovating Equity Solutions with Data. This session is all about the power of data. In this conversation, we'll be exploring how insights from data can lead to real measurable progress on equity and justice. Of course, that path isn't always simple. It takes more than good data. It takes cultural awareness, community trust, and a real commitment to using information in ways that matter. Today's panelists are doing just that in fields ranging from Indigenous equity to racial justice and economic inequality. Each of our esteemed panelists will be giving a short presentation on their work. We'll jump right in with our first panelist, Rachel Wuttunee. Rachel Sagastas Wuttunee is the Senior Manager of Urban Indigenous Relations, leading initiatives for Indigenous equity for the city of Vancouver. She is an Anishinaabe from Kitchenumo, Koseb, a Bear Clan member. with 20 years of experience in Indigenous rights, human rights, and environmental activism. She holds a bachelor's in First Nation Studies and a master's in Community and Regional Planning, specializing in Indigenous community planning. Hi, Rachel. Welcome to the panel, and over to you. Very excited to have you here today.
Thank you. Tante Buju Kakikawia Gizagatik Sagasta Seli Rachel Wuttunee Anishinakaz Mapwa Dodam Kitchename Kosebik Indonje Smigwe Chaichka Temusquim Squamish and Slaywoteth, and whose ancestral, traditional, and unceded territories that I'm doing my work on. And I just introduced myself in Anishinaabe, which is my language. And just let you know, my English name is Rachel Wuttunee, and I'm currently the Senior Manager for Urban Indigenous Relations at the City of Vancouver in the Indigenous Relations team, and I'm from Northwestern Ontario. And so what I shared with you is a statement of sovereignty in my language and how I would introduce and acknowledge the territories that introduce myself and then introduce myself as living on other people's Indigenous territories. So I'm really grateful to be here today. I will share a brief PowerPoint with you guys and get into some questions after. So I look forward to this. I'm just gonna share my screen here. Sorry, I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was having a technical issue. That's last time I shared it, it was fine. So sorry about that. I've been working at the city since 2019, and before that, I was just to briefly introduce myself while I'm figuring this out. I worked a lot with emerging leaders across Canada, and my elders told me to work with youth at risk, people coming out of jail, women like foster care, women with social files. And at that point in time, I realized that there were systems and processes in place that existed that made it hard for me to support that group of people. And so thank you. It'd be great if someone could help me share it because it's not working in here. And so when I did that work, I found that all these systems and barriers were in place, and that I needed to go, work in those systems and try to identify those harms and to change them. And so I started working at the City of Vancouver. First, I did a master's in community regional planning just so that I could see how systems were created, and a lot of the planning, that those planning schools influence how people do planning, right? So I did that, and I started working at the city and started looking at the way that my role as a social policy planner was to look at the calls for justice from MMIW G2S, and there was also another report from Red Women Rising, and they came out of a national inquiry into missing, murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit, and it concluded that there had been a genocide that had taken place, and that there was actually systemic harms in place that led to the ongoing crisis, right? And so basically, the City of Vancouver hosted some of the national inquiry, and that Red Women Rising report with 200 recommendations came out to so for all governments and even all people, institutions to take. Is that my okay? Great. This is my land acknowledgement, and we'll just fast forward through here because I did that one to the next slide. Thank you so much for that. That's just the council motion in 2019 for the City of Vancouver directing staff to look at the calls for justice, Red Women Rising, identify areas of alignment, and where there are gaps. And then next slide, please. So basically, to get started, what I did is I looked at the 431 recommendations and found that 200 actually align with what the city could do or support or implement. And we asked the city departments, 11 city departments, including the police and the library and the parks board, to identify actions that aligned with them. And we got that. There was 150 recommendations that had city action. So my advisory, who actually is the one that led walks for justice all across Canada, which led to the national inquiry in the first place. They wanted to see if these actions actually had positive impact on Indigenous people, or if they were just kind of performative. And so we did an analysis with the Equity Office. There's a JEDI curriculum in order to teach people about justice and equity and diversity, inclusion. And so when we looked at that curriculum, there was a reconciliation component. We found that the intersections for Indigenous women in Two-Spirit and the systemic harms that we had experienced through the Indian Act and all of these systems that were put in place didn't actually talk about that. So in the reconciliation learning materials. So what we did, into the next slide, is we put together a response report, which council directed staff to develop this cross-departmental implementation plan and a community-led evaluation to advance the directions that are in this response report. And I'm just gonna highlight one of the recommendations that's in this response report, which is on the next slide. And this one is to create a citywide response protocol for MMIWG2S. So when an Indigenous woman, girl, or Two-Spirit person is missing from Vancouver, and some examples, these are just to get, this is what we recommend in 2022, but as we're implementing it, there's a lot more ideas. But just to get started, we thought about an email that could go out and be distributed through links. The Better Business, or the BIAs, that exist in Vancouver, said that they would share links if there was a formal process, and so did other organizations. And so share posters on social media as well as digital platforms across the city. And actually in the United States, they do have some really good alert systems that we looked at. And during that time, we were advocating to the provincial and federal government to include Indigenous intersections for Amber Alert, because those are only specific alerts. And Canada doesn't have ones for Indigenous women and girls, who go missing the most. Indigenous people go missing in Vancouver. So that was the recommendation. And then we'll just go to the next slide here. So what we did in 2023 is supported an Indigenous organization called Indian Residential Survivor School Society, who is building this app. And the purpose of that app is to provide support for people who are investigating. So actually I had a friend and her daughter went missing, and where we pinged her phone was actually where she was found. But the search party, if you looked at where the police and everybody searched, it wasn't in that spot. And this could actually live track. So if I'm the person who's looking for my loved one, I open up the app and then I invite people into the app who are doing searches, and then we turn on GPS. We can actually see everywhere people search and see where people didn't search. And we can see trends on where people are found and where the search is, right? That's a way to collect the data. And actually that data is considered personal property for each individual. Nobody can access that data. Canada's apps are a little bit different than America, but we will ask for anonymous data. Like, were you satisfied with your investigation? Did you experience a harm? These are the things that are not collected in any data. Maybe complaint processes, but they're not readily available for Indigenous community who needs the data. So we'll go to the next slide. That's just one. And then, so what I did, is that, okay, so maybe just go back to I might be missing a slide here, but I just wanted to say that what we also did is put together a team of the same departments that initially identified what calls for justice and actions aligned with the calls for justice. Those 11 departments actually came together and we created a team to do that to do the response protocol for when someone goes missing. So we're actively creating that one right now. But there is also a whole bunch of city actions from those different departments that did get completed. And one of them is we revised our honorarium policy so that people who are experiencing hardship, so say, for example, they're on some kind of supports like income assistance or housing support. And if it looks like they're getting an income from, engagement or something like that with the government, then those supports may get reduced and that money is still not coming in. So it actually puts people at harm when you're paying them, when you're trying to pay them to engage with them. It actually might put, and there was an elder who refused to give us her SIN. And then I was like, how am I going to pay her? So this collection of data is actually can cause harm. So how do we navigate these things, right? And so what we did is updated the honorarium policy. So I don't have to collect a SIN from her, which is what triggers the T4, so social insurance number, and it triggers the T4, which then they have to claim on their taxes and they have to pay taxes for it, right? Sorry, I know this is America. And I have one more slide after this, and I know I probably have 1 minute left. So basically what I can do now is I can get the money transferred to my account, pay her in cash, and then someone from my staff can witness that I paid them, and then we can put that and upload that and reconcile it. So that's one of the ways that we were able to reduce harm, the systemic harms, and to create change. And so I'll just go to the last slide here, and I'll wrap it up really quickly. So what we're gonna do is all of these updates, I've only provided like one update for you, but there's been so many, including performance review evaluations for staff. Every year there's a competency now around reconciliation and how staff is actually, we can measure how staff is learning more about how to be reconciliatory and how to implement that into their plans. So with this progress update, we started to collect these updates from staff, but I went back to my advisory and they said, we want to know if their actions align with UNDRIP. We want to know if they're including the 7 principles of change in their work. Those 7 principles are like decolonizing approach, cultural safety. There's a lot, and maybe we can send out that information later. They wanted to know how this action creates safety for Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people, if it has positive measurable impact. Is there upcoming opportunities like engagement sessions or council presentations where community can listen and take part? And how will you keep Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people informed about what's happening? And is there plans to assess how effective this action is? That's what we're working on. We created a template, and next year, we'll spend the whole year really doing this educational piece with the departments and have a full comprehensive report next year. So, Miigwech, thank you so much. Sorry, I spoke really fast.
I hope we are able to go into all of the information that you have presented here, but there are a couple of questions that I'd like to go into right now. So you're working on missing persons protocol, so that centers Indigenous needs, but it can benefit everyone, right? The Amber Alerts,
Yes.
emails, the location, that can benefit everyone. So how in your work do you navigate designing data tools that serve specific communities while also influencing broader systems?
Yeah, so definitely all the work that we've done so far with the honorarium policy will actually, that's not just only for Indigenous people. It's actually for all marginalized communities, because when we were doing different engagements with, overdose and stuff, different where people may have experienced some economic marginalization, like maybe they didn't have bank accounts or maybe they are able to now use that honorarium policy to pay people without putting them at harm. That's all people that we're engaging with. The other thing too with the missing person protocol is that it's the reason why it's focused on MMIWG is because, there's a really great need, but anytime a person goes missing in Vancouver, we can implement that protocol and we can actually share it. So we have in BC, we have a union of BC municipalities. I've shared the work we're doing with them and they're waiting to see what we do so we can collaborate, because one person who was non-Indigenous went missing in Vancouver and they were looking for them in Vancouver, but they were actually in a different city, but the information didn't get shared as good as it could have. So there was 4 months where that person had not, their family had been looking for them, right? So how can we use this information and the process that we're doing to share with other cities so that then they start looking for people? Because one of the biggest issues is that Indigenous people are saying is that nobody cares and they're not looking for us, right? So if we implement this protocol, it will show that, but then anybody who goes missing, this will support them. And the information that we collect will be what the community is asking for.
Right. It's incredibly useful. And you talked about the information that you collect. I also want to talk about the metrics that you are reporting in this protocol. You mentioned a little bit about how you're reporting not only on what the city leadership wants to hear, and you have been going a little bit beyond that. Can you talk about what are some of those meaningful metrics?
Definitely. So how staff report are just very brief overviews, right, of what's happening, but they don't often, and they make a report like a risk to the city if they don't do this. Like they may report these type of things that are actually really meaningful for how the city does their work, but they're not proficient in reporting back to Indigenous community how they're, or even any community. So if I engage with them and ask them 3 questions, they don't often, and at the city, this was something that was a huge gap, was go back and say, you gave us all this information and these 5 points are what we were able to move forward. And this is how it influenced our work. In this way. The reason why is because people don't, and I work at the city now for 5 years and I'm starting to fully understand more. We don't understand how governments work in those processes and how things move together. And so when you actually explain to somebody, we took your information, we implemented it this way, we advocated it at council on this date, and you invited them to come and watch you advocate for their. And I'll give you one example. On Granville Street in Vancouver, it's a huge party street where there's lots of clubs, party all night to 4 a.m. A lot of MMIWG and community advocates, not just Indigenous, all advocates, human trafficking advocates, everybody have asked for some kind of like safety plan or sobering center or something in that area. So the people because people are being trafficked, there's a lot of things that are coming out of that. Can we have some safety? If we're going to put more partying and more alcohol and everything in place, we should have more opportunities for people to have safety. And so when the Granville Street planning team came and met with the Indigenous through an Indigenous engagement, they actually shared with them that, you know what, a lot of other people have asked for it, and we can use this information now to go advocate at council to really say, look, more people, not just non-Indigenous, but the Indigenous people are asking for more safety in these sobering centers in the downtown east side. And then there was a council meeting where people could come. And so then you have more people seeing how their input and their priorities are influencing city planning. And that actually gets them to want to be more involved in and participate and share their voice and actually not feel tokenized. Because I know a lot of people, not just Indigenous people, feel like, oh, they engaged with me a lot. I don't even actually know how it positively impacted me in the end because I didn't experience it. So then I feel tokenized. But if we can articulate that this is how we're trying to measure it and ensure that you're feeling impact and go back to them and talk to them again, then we can actually report on that in a proper way instead of just saying, we did this work and community's like, you didn't do it good in the background, right? We actually want community to say, like when we report that we did the work, that's because community said, now you're moving along. You're not just, and I'll share one more thing that will actually support all people. Whenever there's an action being taken place, for justice, equity, Indigenous rights, and all of these different things. Whenever there's something there may be systemic harms that are not being acknowledged. And so we've created processes and systems to acknowledge that and to report on that so that people don't feel defensive. They feel like, oh, there was a systemic harm and we moved along and we identified it. And now we're trying to create solutions for that, right? So we've created systems like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll be going more into the impact and the solutions in the moderated part of the discussion. And I request our audience who are watching from all over the world to please share questions in the comment section. Next, I'm excited to introduce Máximo Ernesto Jaramillo Molino. Máximo is an academic and political activist based in Mexico, fighting against inequality and the myth of meritocracy. He is the assistant professor at CUCASH, University of Guadalajara, and the co-founder of the Institute of Studies on Inequality based in Mexico. Hi, Máximo. Over to you.
Hi, Amanda. Thank you to you and everyone for inviting me to this very interesting conversation. Now that you introduced me, I can skip some of the very first points I have here. But yeah, here in this presentation, I will try to share some of my experiences in fighting the dominant discourses that normalize inequality, particularly through the use of data and scientific evidence. Among the various communications efforts I have been part of, I would like to focus on social media project called Gatitos contra la Desigualdad, which translates something like that, like kittens against inequality. In this initiative, we share evidence-based and scientific information about inequality, but using cat memes, right? While it may sound a bit unconventional, I will explain more in a moment. First, it is important to recognize that behind the legitimacy and justification of inequality lies several dominant narratives, with meritocracy being one of these most powerful narratives. If anyone is interested in diving deeper into this topic, I published a book a few months ago titled Pobres porque quieren, which is called in English something like Poor Because They Want to. The title of the book actually is a satirical take on widespread belief in Mexico that poverty is the result of an individual failure. For example, according to the data from INEGI, 40% of the Mexican population believes that poor people don't try hard enough to get ahead. That's what this slide is saying in Spanish. This is a direct consequence of meritocratic narrative, which places the blame for poverty on the poor themselves, and that's just one of its harmful effects, right? My central argument here is that the meritocratic narrative is a pernicious one. It breeds arrogance among the wealthy while humiliating and stigmatizing the poor. According to this dominant worldview, everyone gets what they deserve. It's supposed to. They get what they deserve, and all success or failure is seen as entirely the result of personal effort or lack thereof. This leads to feelings of guilt among the poor and a false sense of deservedness among the rich. There are many theories about why people believe in the myths underpinning meritocracy. However, research consistently shows a paradox. Belief in meritocracy is strongest in the most unequal countries, those where the actual chances of upward mobility are lowest. One hypothesis is that this stems from cognitive biases. People underestimate the scale of inequality and misunderstand its root causes. A major factor behind these biases is the lack of interaction across social classes. In countries like Mexico, and I'm sure is similar in the United States and others, people live in some kind of class bubbles that prevent meaningful contact with people from other socioeconomic backgrounds. As a result, they lack first-hand knowledge of how others in society live. This is an example in this slide of some a Facebook post where they are asking about what are the causes of poverty. And in the responses, you can find people answering with things like the causes of poverty are overpopulation, poor people don't manage their money well, ignorance, laziness, or simple a mindset issue. Let me translate one of these particular comments. There is no poverty, they say. It's a psychological mindset because no matter how the economy is, you can educate yourself, work hard, make money, and support yourself and your family. It is in this context that in 2018, I launched this project in social media called Gatitos contra Desigualdad, Kittens Against Inequality. And the goal of this project is spread information about the real extent and causes of inequality with the hope that this will help debunk the myths surrounding it. The project is based on the belief that reducing cognitive bias about inequality will also weaken the narratives that justify inequality, and in turn increase public support for redistributive policies. Both in the previous slide and here, I have included examples of the memes we create, designed to be simple, accessible, and always backed with data and scientific sources. Fortunately, the project grew organically and rapidly. Since 2018, we have reached nearly 300,000 followers across platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. The problem maybe is that this project is sharing information in Spanish. Some of our posts have gone viral, reaching millions of people, users in social media. And if you are interested in reading more of this project, there is this paper of the project published by Ellis and as part of this fellowship called Atlantic Fellows for Social and Economic Inequality. Here are some couple other examples. Apologies, they are in Spanish, but of course, within our Killings Against Inequality project, we emphasize that in Mexico, as in many parts of the world, poverty is not a matter of personal choice, it's a structural issue, right? Mexico is not a poor country, it's an unique one where wealth and income are distributed very unfairly. And importantly, poverty in Mexico is largely inherited. 7 out of 10 people born into poverty in Mexico remain poor throughout their lives, regardless of their effort or supposedly their talent, right? And let me take 2 more minutes to mention a couple of specific campaigns that have been especially important in our work with Gatitos contra la Desigualdad. The first concerns on housing justice, actually. The dominant narrative blames in this housing inequality now blames young people for their inability to rent or buy homes, accusing them of spending too much money on avocado toast, things like travels, concerts, or even too much money on Starbucks coffees, right? An idea that has been popularized actually from an Australian realtor investor in 2014. But using data analysis and communication through the project of Gatitos contra la Desigualdad, we have shown that the real issue in housing is a housing crisis, actually. Home prices in Mexico have risen exponentially in recent years, as you can see in this graphic, while wages have stagnated or declined. When salaries fall and housing prices soar, buying a home becomes impossible. This data challenges the mainstream narrative and has helped as fuel for protesters across Mexico, demanding rent regulation, housing market regulations, and public housing policies. I will be happy to discuss those in more detail in another time. Also, another campaign we have from more context from Gatitos contra la Desigualdad is this project, who has also been critical on certain changes on Mexico's social protection system under the presidency of Andrés Manuel López Obrador. To get straight to the conclusion, due to time constraints, while overall social spending increased, social spending in Mexico increased, especially through the expansion of the universal pension for adults, adultos mayores. The disappearance of programs like Prospera led to a decrease in support for the poorest households. For example, in the country poorest states like Chiapas and Oaxaca, the percentage of households receiving social programs actually fell. And as we analyze the impact by income deciles, we see a reduction in program coverage among the lowest income households. These criticisms, I believe, had an impact on public perceptions of the federal government's achievements and may have influenced the direction of the new social policies under the current administration of Claudia Sheinbaum. And, well, there are many other projects and campaigns we have promoted through Gatitos contra la Desigualdad that I will be happy to share with you. However, due to the time, I will end here. Before I go, I like to emphasize this. If we truly want to challenge the dominant narratives that legitimize inequality and fight against misinformation and fake news, we must do in a creatively way, right? And by using the data available to us. Here is my contact, as you can see, and my email, and I encourage you to follow the project of Gatitos contra Desigualdad on social media. And if you like to explore these topics further, I also invite you to read my book, Pobres Porque Quieren, published by Penguin Random House. And thank you for your time,
Thank you so much, Maximo. That's a very interesting project with an equally interesting name. I would love to go a little bit more into the impact, but what I find fascinating is that you've gathered all of this data and use social media as a platform to share it with the general public, which is it's very interesting to me. Could you talk about your experience of using the social media campaigns to democratize access to complex data? And how might these strategies be adapted to other nations or cultural contexts facing similar challenges of inequality?
Yes, actually, I don't know. I'm remembering to complete this answer on there was in 2022 an agreement of the local Mexico City government with Airbnb that Claudia Sheinbaum, she was the mayor of the city, was publishing with very proudly that this agreement with Airbnb. And with data and communication, we fuel some protests in Mexico, calling that we don't need an agreement with Airbnb. We need, and they were calling for digital nomads to go to Mexico City and work from Mexico City. We called for a protest, and actually the effect of this protest, I think, changed the Claudia Sheinbaum's views on these housing policies. And now that she's president, she's proposing a more policies more close to the point that we were asking for. And I think there are a lot of topics related with inequality, related with othering as this Convening, that can be translated in some way into social media and try to reach more people and support from more people, not only academics or not only on the NGOs, but also like general people supporting these fights, right? And I think that's something we can try to make in very different topics of inequality.
Thank you, Maximo, and thank you to everyone who's been sending questions. Just in interest of time, we'll be moving on to our next panelist, but we will be coming back to the questions that our audience is sharing. Thank you. I would like to introduce Samir Gambhir, who is our final panelist on this panel. He's also the lead organizer of today's incredible event and the director of the Equity Metrics program at the Othering and Belonging Institute, where he engages in and oversees projects in the area of fair housing, zoning reform, racial residential segregation, opportunity mapping, and racial equity and inclusion. Welcome, Samir. Over to you.
Thank you, Amanat. Let me quickly load my presentation. Okay, let me share this. Can you guys see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Amanat. Thanks for the introduction. And I intend to share some of my projects that me and my team have worked at the Equity Metrics program. I'll be sharing, a list of projects, but I'll get a little more detail into the national segregation project that we worked on. So what we do at Equity Metrics program is basically present the analytics of our social, environmental, economic conditions and the outcomes with a social justice lens. And we also try and develop diagnostic tools and metrics to measure certain social phenomena such as opportunity, segregation, inclusivity. We try and do that through various state-of-the-art, data analysis and, mapping programs and things like that. I list a few projects here that me and my team have worked on. these projects fall into the bucket of the analytics part and the diagnostic tools part. So opportunity mapping 2.0, inclusiveness index, and racial segregation fall into the diagnostic tool buckets, while a single family zoning analysis, zoning reform, racial disparities dashboard, San Jose AFH project, they fall into the analytics bucket. And I've provided the URL for each of the projects so you can look at it at your convenience. But experiencing inequities in many phases of life by minority communities or marginalized communities is not new. We have, at least I have seen so many events as part of my work as a researcher and a data analyst, and I share some of these here. You might recognize these through these pictures, but I'll like the impacts of Hurricane Katrina, the Flint water crisis, predatory loan and foreclosures, George Floyd's murder, and policing. Uneven impact of COVID. It somehow doesn't show up here. But all these are really important events that we all saw. We were shaken by it, and also it raised the resolution to do something about these events. So what these events show that the current and historical policies such as mass incarceration, redlining, land use, zoning, and policing have created disparities and restricted access to equitable access to health, education, and a lot of other issue areas in everybody's life. But what really undergirds all these events and these policies is the idea of segregation. And segregation is like racial segregation is separating people by race. And this is being done through housing. And housing has been a mechanism because where you live determines your life outcomes. As I said, the location of the housing is really important. There are structures and institutions in our living environment which either limit or actually allow us fair access to opportunity. These structures produce resources that can define neighborhoods as opportunity rich or opportunity poor. So it's very important that we measure segregation. If segregation is such an integral part of all the events and policies, really important. How do we measure segregation? How do we bring that to life? Over the years, we have seen scholars, sociologists, and researchers bringing up different measures of segregation. We looked into dissimilarity index, exposure index, isolation index, which are traditional segregation measures. But we also looked at some of the newer ones, relatively newer ones, like the location quotient and entropy score or entropy index, which is also called the Teal index or the information theory index. What really caught our eye was an index of segregation called divergence index. It's developed by Professor Elizabeth Roberto at the Rice University. And what it does, it actually measures multi-race small area segregation. So it really helped us to get to that measurement of segregation when we have a multiracial society. What this does is looks at the racial proportions at the smaller geography, say tract, and compares it to the proportions of racial group at the bigger geography. It could be city, it could be county, it could be a metropolitan area. And we have listed all these different segregation measures, their pros and cons, their limitations in our technical appendix, which is right here at the bottom. I have a link there. Also know that Census 2020 told us that there are communities are diverse, at least in the US. But we also saw that that has not resulted in integration. It has actually created more segregation. And what we did, we created this interactive web map, which actually displays segregation measures at the tract level up till the metro level. So it goes from tract to city to county to metro. And we have information on 6 different distinct measures, but 35 different combinations and values for 35 different measures. And a user can look at the data from 2020 all the way back to 1980. So there's a year selection there and a geography selection as well. We've also provided this data to all researchers and scholars who want to look at this data, use in their analysis, run correlations with their idea. And as we saw at the beginning of the slides, there are different events that have segregation as the underlying issue. On this web map, we also have shared the history of 9 major cities, history of segregation of 9 major cities, and linked to external research on segregation of other cities. So it's a very interesting resource. This is unique. It has not been done before. So I encourage you to go and check this out for yourself. What was interesting and sobering alongside was the findings that we had. We found that 24% of metropolitan areas were more segregated in 2020 than they were in 2010. And a whopping 54% of metropolitan areas were more segregated in 2020 than in 1990. The other interesting finding was that we looked at all cities in terms of their level of segregation, which were like above 200,000 people. And we found 120 cities for which we could present the data. And out of those 120 cities, there were only 2 cities, Colorado Springs and Port St. Lucie in Florida, that turned out to be integrated. That's really shocking. But there were other findings as well. Neighborhood poverty rates are highest in segregated communities of color, and Black and Latino children raised in integrated neighborhoods or segregated white neighborhoods earn more, making it a structural issue. And the household income, home values, and home ownership is much lower in segregated communities of color. And it really restricts your access to housing and access to wealth. What we've done with this is that we have actually shared this project through media coverage, through webinars, through whichever means possible to share this project. We also use the segregation measure as an input into our opportunity mapping. I won't go into the detail of explaining what opportunity mapping is. I have a link there, you can go and check. But it's very important to understand that segregation is something that restricts, and specifically segregation in communities of color is one which restricts access to opportunity. We also use this as an input into our zoning analysis. As I said earlier, we have data for other research and scholars to use this for their own analysis. And we are releasing the next version, hopefully next month, which will have probably updated data, a layer on economic segregation, and more analysis into the project. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samir. Before we go into a moderated discussion with all the panelists, I'd like to ask you a question about the public accessibility of this data, excuse me. So you've mentioned that you've made all of this data accessible and you're promoting it through webinars or sharing it with the right kind of people, researchers, practitioners. Could you talk about if there has been any meaningful action from sharing this data publicly, be it in policy or research or community mobilization, just to focus on the impact of that?
Absolutely, great question. So this is one project where the interest has been a lot into this project. People have sent us their data requests, and we have had like more than 100 requests for data, which we have fulfilled. In research, what basically happens is that we do the research, spread it around, showcase it, and it's really hard to follow the details as to how it's being used. But specifically for the data that we shared publicly, there are a lot of researchers and scholars who came to us for the data and shared what they want to use the data for. So there's a lot of research out there. We are going to update that on our website. There is still some information on our website where people have used this data to run correlations with, child mortality, environmental issues, homicide, and things like that. So it has had a good usage. People find the resource really helpful, and there's been a lot of requests.
Thank you. It's always interesting to know the possibilities that open up when data is used not just to diagnose, but to imagine something better. I'd like to invite all of our panelists now for a broader conversation, Rachel, Maximo, and Samir. So all three of you have shown how data can be a tool to uncover harm, challenge assumptions, and build more equitable systems. But we also know that translating insights into action isn't always easy. So I'd like to dig a little deeper into what it takes to drive that change. I'd like to start a question off and pose it to all of our panelists. We'll begin with Rachel, then Maximo, and then go on to Samir. So we've each shown how could you talk about how you build momentum when there is resistance to acting on the knowledge that you have gathered, on how there is harm that is happening through the data that you have collected? How do you build momentum or buy-in for change, especially from institutions? You all work with different institutions at different levels of the government, or public audience who may be reluctant. Rachel, first you, please.
Yeah, I have a good example too that I'll share. So every year there's on May 5th, there's a day of awareness for missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. And in 2021, there was an event at City Hall that I supported, but and so there was security and there was support with permitting and everything. Like the whole City Hall was supporting the event. But there was another event that happened right after it, and I wasn't aware of it, and I didn't support it. Or I wasn't aware to support the event. So they marched across the bridge, a big, huge Canby Street bridge, and they put red dresses. So red dress is really significant for MMAWG along the bridge. The engineer street team has a process that if you have to ask permission to be able to put stuff like that, get permits. There's a whole process. So the street team came, took them down and put them in the garbage and not really understanding what it was. And so everybody was mad. People wrote letters, emails, people were calling me, and I was like, write to the mayor. And so they did. And what happened was I reached out to the engineers and they said, oh my God, we're so embarrassed. I can't believe that happened. We didn't mean to cause harm. It was our system in place. And I said, you know what? That's good that we have this conversation. So the next year, they were planning the event and community said, can we get the engineer street team to help us put the red dresses up on the bridge? And they said, okay. So what they did is they got their street team planning, or the street team to come together at 6:30 in the morning, and they did a cultural safety training with them. And so what they did before they put the dresses up on the bridge, is we got elders from the local nations and artists from the local nations to design what it would look like on the bridge. And then they came and they did a ceremony on the bridge, and the engineer street team held the space for it. And they were told in their training, don't take pictures, don't ask dumb questions, don't be offensive in these ways, and just give support. And what they did is they put up the dresses, did the ceremony, and then the next day they went and got them, took them down, and returned them to the organization that we had been working with. And so what we did is we created kind of like a scorecard. And I don't know if that's the right language, but this is what we called it anyways. And so the first one on the scorecard is that there's a systemic harm that exists. So we're identifying, hey, look, street team, right? How can we fix this so that we don't cause harm every year when they put these red dresses up? So they were like, we acknowledge it. And the next one is that they're not doing anything about it. So some people won't do anything. They'll know there's protests and there's harms going on and they're not doing anything about it. So we can grade them at that one point. And the next one is that they're being, that's inactive. The next one is that they're being active and they're actually doing something about it, right? So it's inactive and then and then it's sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But we're trying to move them from systemic harm to best practice. So we have scores in between where we can say to them, hey, right now you're being progressive and you're actually creating the reform and the change within the systems. And then when the emerging practices come up, when the emerging ones come up, we can be like, hey, you know what? That's a best practice. And the only way that we know it's a best practice is when the community has told us. We told you that a harm existed. You collaborated with us, right? And now we're creating better systems. This will help anybody else that has to do protesting and raising awareness in the city of Vancouver can now follow these type of processes that we're developing to support people, right? Because there's not a handbook that says what all city processes are. And if you're grassroots, you're just trying to raise the awareness, get the attention that you need, right? So that was one way to move from systemic harm. And they met with me like every 3 days before that. They were like, we can't do it wrong. We have to, like, you know what I mean? They really wanted to, and I wasn't shaming them. I just said, we're just acknowledging that it exists and then we're going to move on.
Right. Shame is not a very useful tool when we're looking for change. Thank you for that, Rachel. Same question for you, Maximo. You've talked about using, and your work focuses on using data to challenge cognitive bias around inequality, but these are very deeply entrenched biases and there's a lot of resistance even when data is presented. So could you talk about building momentum or getting buy-in for change?
Yes, I think the problem lies with who we are sharing our information or results from our research with data. I think, not only I think, we have some experiences. I'm sure maybe some of you also have these experiences when we are sharing our results of the researches with governments, with these committees that governments make to get close with academics, and they actually don't use this information, right? They don't use the conclusions of our findings, and I think this is because they don't have any incentive to take them into account, right? So I think this is why I believe we have also to get close. I mean, to share this information and these findings with publicly, right? So we can find some kind of public support and generate popular demands that will. Based on the work that we have from the academia and civil society, so that can turn the decisions of the government, because this is also a matter of power, right? That's what I'm trying to say. If I mean, we can have this, we can have these findings in the academia, but without any power asking or negotiating for these policies, these regulations, governments won't take them into account. So I think this is also very important, and that's why the work we do with Gatitos contra Desigualdad, but also a lot of I don't know, social media projects and newspaper like leftist newspaper that build also in this kind of projects, trying to communicate this kind of findings from data. I think they are very important, so we can build this power from the people and asking for these changes on social policies.
Right, power from the people. That's very important.
Yes.
Over to you, Samir, the same question, but in relation to racial residential segregation and the data around it.
Absolutely. I'll respond to this in a broader framework. So when we work with data and try to come up with solutions, or trying to share our findings, what we're really doing is telling stories about the harms, telling stories about the inequities, telling stories about not just the othering part, but also we are sharing stories of what is working. So when we share these stories, there is a general buy-in, and then we kind of disseminate the information. And as a researcher, as I said earlier, how people go ahead and use that information is really important. Like going back to what Rachel was sharing earlier about the missing Indigenous women app. we would, as a researcher, research on that issue and bring out the data and the stories out. And if Rachel was supposed to, contract with us to do that, we would do that and pass it on. And it will become the city policy managers or the lawmakers to actually figure out how to use that information and turn that into an actionable item that can be tracked, that can be followed through, and then it could bear results. So spreading out all the information is very important. One of the things I also want to share really quickly was that one of the ideas that John Powell shares is about bridging. And bridging is about reaching out to people who might have, similar issues, or they might be dealing with their own set of, say, another community dealing with a similar kind of inequities and, issues that, so we need to reach out to them. Or people who are not acknowledging the experiences of marginalized community, we need to reach out to them and explain to them that this actually exists. Let's talk of othering. Only when we talk of othering, we can talk about belonging.
Thank you for using the term storytelling and bridging, because that leads me to my next question to Maximo. So, as Samir also mentioned, in their work, data, scientific insights are only as powerful when they're converted into stories, and they can be used by the right people to understand and have the right impact. So, through your work, could you talk about, is storytelling a necessary bridge between research and public understanding about inequalities that you're seeing in your work?
Yes, I think, as Samir was saying, it is definitely important to connect with this data with stories, right? And also with emotions and feelings. I always find in some answers from conservatives, people answering in the public, in the post of Gatitos contra Desigualdad, that we are building or talking against inequality from the resentimiento. I don't remember right now the word in Spanish. Maybe someone remembers from yes, resentimiento, which is and also I think yes, we have to build from some kind of emotions because yes, sometimes they say, at least in Spanish, they say that data can seem a little bit cold. Like they don't, I don't know if it's the same in English, but when you surround this data with stories, with real life experiences, and also when it's presented like in a more relatable language, that can help a lot to build this momentum, as you were saying. And yes, I think this part of the storytelling is very, very important.
Thank you. Next question is for you, Rachel. Your work is centered around and truly reflects the impact that is on marginalized and indigenous communities. Could you talk about how others can learn to center the values of those most affected in the measurement frameworks? So bringing them, the people who are being affected, getting them at the center. Will you talk a bit more about that?
Definitely. So with the missing murder Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit work, what we do is we have the MMIWG advisory, and we also have, and those are the women that actually marched across Canada and raised awareness and collected the data from the families and the survivors. No government or organization had that information, that disaggregated of information, because when they marched across Canada, they actually collected it. And they are also, some of them are advisors to the commissioners that did the national inquiry in Canada. So they were grassroots people that did frontline work, and they collected all this information, had the most knowledge. And so when we started to share the information, they said, that doesn't mean anything to us. These are what we want. We want to know these specific things from each department, which was kind of hard and difficult because that's 11 different departments and different project teams within the departments that have their own different level of information. So I think what we had to do was create, and everybody was kind of reporting differently. We've also, so let me not jump ahead. So we've created the reporting template so that everybody is reporting in the same way. And then we'll go back to community and say, is this good? And they'll probably still ask for more, but at least everybody is on the same page, at least at the city. And this morning we just met with the federal government, the provincial government, to talk about how they do reporting so that we can actually all report the same at different levels of government. Like, let's all, like, you know what I mean? Like, why are we doing it here over there and you're doing it over here? If we're all engaging with Indigenous people, let's share information and try to report in the same way so that it's not confusing and you can actually see province is responsible for this, city is responsible for that. Because what I found is sometimes community will come and be mad at the city for something that the province is responsible for. And so I think it's really important to be, you know, as super transparent and I can't even think of the word, trying to explain as much as you can to people about how these systems work. Because once they understand how they work, they'll say, I didn't even know that. If I knew that, I would have told you this, this, that, and there's an opportunity here, and there's this, and there's that. Then you're like, wow, 2 in 1. And you know what I mean? Now you're collaborating and supporting that organization to meet the goal that the city has. So why are we both doing it? They can do it better than us. So how do we support them with that gathering of information, right? And explaining how those systems work so we can get really good information from them.
Got it. We are unfortunately in a time when Mexico, under a populist regime, there has been a weakening of independent data institutions. We are seeing similar stuff happening in the United States. Can we talk about what cross-border strategies or alliances between the United States, Mexico, and Canada that can happen that would strengthen data equity movements across North America? Maximo, maybe you can begin.
Yes, actually, we have a very harsh situation now in Mexico with the separation of INAI, the Institution of Transparency, and this is very hard to answer actually, because I think also United States has their own problems, but I think like trying to ask for conditions of transparency on data that are common in other countries, maybe also like some models in other countries can help. But I think the problem here in Mexico is that people like common people, they don't see any benefit from this type of institutions, so sharing data and transparency. So this is the problem. We have also to try to connect how the general perception of the common people understands that government sharing data, being transparent with data is important, right? So I think that's like one of the main problems in Mexico, that actually the narratives in Mexico from the government were like, oh, this is an institution we don't need and it's spending a lot of money, so let's take it away, right? So I think we need to connect, to build that bridge, as I think Samir or Rachel were saying, to build that bridge onto the understanding of the importance of data and transparency also.
Thank you. Samir, apart from building bridges, what else can 3 countries do?
That's a very interesting question. I think I would say 3 things. One is that some sort of data standardization that has to happen, so that in all 3 countries there is, as Max said, bridging. So we know that the data exists in a certain format. The second, I would say that we could potentially create a North American Equity Data Alliance. We could work together on different issues. As we saw, the issues might be different, but the underlying intention or the commitment to actually make everybody belong in the society is the same. So we could share ideas, thoughts, methods, processes across the region. And the third, I would say, as I said at the opening statement, that OBI has started this moonshot idea of making belonging a global norm. So if we work, if the regional partners work on the frameworks of belonging and try and use the same language and the framework, it's possible that we can spread this idea forward and create belonging, a global norm in the near future.
Thank you. With the idea of creating belonging as a global norm, Rachel, do you have any suggestions from your work? What can be done by the three countries?
Like I just always like to lean on my Indigenous teachings, and, and then think about, I'll just share one of the teachings with you that actually puts everybody into the same category and as species that live in the earth. So one of the things that I was taught was that there's 6 nations of creatures that make up North America and that live here. And the first nation is the human nation. That's all the humans that live here. When I say all my relations, I'm not just talking about my human relations, I'm talking about the other 5 that exist as well. So the animal nation, so all of the animals that live, all of the birds that live in the sky is another nation, all of the animals that live in the water, right? The fish nation, right? The insect nation and the rock nation are the nations that make up the creatures that live in the plant nation, the rock nation, the plant nation. And so those are the 6 nations. And actually when at our creation story, we created a treaty with all of those 6 nations. And the treaty is the rights and the responsibility of each nation to each other. And I'll give you an example. So the trees breathe out oxygen they breathe in the carbons and they breathe out the oxygen, and we do the opposite. And so our treaty aligns with that we have a right to the oxygen and the tree to make fire and clothing, but we have a responsibility. So when all of our relatives from around the world came here, spiritually, we added them to that part of the treaty, which is why the government hasn't completely been able to eradicate Indigenous rights. And so if you think about it from that way, every human being that lives here has a right to the water, has a right to breathe the air, has a right to these things, but has responsibilities. And we think about it that way, that's how we can all come together, because we all have those responsibilities collectively. Right?
Yeah, it's not just the rights, it's the responsibilities that we really need to focus on.
Yeah, and most people are worried about their rights without even thinking about what responsibilities they have for those things, right? So I'll just share that. I have so much to say, but that
True.
that makes me proud. Yeah.
We have some wonderful questions coming in from our audience, and I'd like to jump right into that. The next 20 minutes we'll be using for questions from the audience. So I request everyone to please share their questions for our panelists in the chat. The first one that I have is for all of you. How do you navigate telling important individual stories from marginalized communities without putting a target on their backs, especially given the current political climate? Samir, we'll begin with you.
Sure. Thank you for that question. I think in my work, I see that we work with the aggregated data. Our work does not identify individuals, but certainly, again, sharing stories, talking about what are the issues that the communities face. And, talking about marginalization of one community does not preclude other communities. So there might be a different mechanism of othering, but people feel othering in some form or the other, as I initially said. So I recall one example where, in India, the Article 377, which used to criminalize homosexuality, this agency called NAS Foundation fought it. But to have a broader coalition, they reached out to other communities which were facing different forms of othering to have a broad coalition. So I think, going back to the question, if you're kind of trying to tell stories about a certain community, we talk about the mechanisms of othering in a broad context, and just share that as an outcome.
Got it. Thank you. Maximo?
Yes, very shortly. I think actually, yes, there are a lot of stigmas, very commonly or frequently on the poor, built I mean, related with all of these, I don't know, social policies targeted to or focused to the poor. So I think, how can we try to go away from this, from day to, how you call it, charging this all of this weight. So I think we have also to build a sense of dignity on these people. I mean, we can work with aggregated data, we can work also with stories, particular stories, but from a point of view of dignity, not this like tokenization of the stories, or this kind of stories that put it in a way that is not dignified, right? So I think building from narratives and also storytelling, but from this dignity, can help, so they can not have stigmas later with the responses from the other political views. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Maximo. Rachel, in your opening presentation, you talked a little bit about tokenization. So going back to that, could you tell me a little bit more about that? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, definitely. So we do have an Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee, which is urban Indigenous people apply to be on that committee and advise the mayor and council. So there's 2 council members that sit on that committee, and they would get presentations from city council. And so they would come do a 10-minute presentation, have a little bit of feedback, and leave, and they would never hear from them again. And so they said, could you please try to, and then they, I don't remember what department, but this was about 5 years ago. And the department said, well, we engaged with Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee. And they said, what? That wasn't engaged. What was that? That was just like, you came in for 10 minutes and left. That wasn't proper engagement. We feel tokenized. Because now, right? That's why we're trying to do these these impact statements, right? How it's positively impacting, because it's really easy to just go chat with someone for 10 minutes, take their information, and then report, and then maybe someone wins an award. And so that's one of the things that came out of it. And with the some of the people, one of the engagements that we did for UNDRIP, for urban Indigenous engagements on UNDRIP with the city, there was an Indigenous advocate for MMIWG there. And so she got on the mic and she started to get mad at the city, and she started, this and that. And normally in that type of area, people might say, oh, take the mic away, or try to shut it down, or it becomes awkward. It becomes like violent, and they look like an aggressive person. What I did is I said, I had the mic. I said, you know what? Those are really good points. And that's why we're here today, because we want to collect your information. And I looked at everybody from the city departments. I said, are you guys writing this down? And then I trained them. So we had a engagement fair where we had all these booths, like from different city departments, so they could share what they were doing with the Indigenous community and try to get them involved and, signed up for things. And so I said, when they come to the booth, if they're getting mad at you, and if they're, don't be defensive, and don't try to explain city processes, like don't try to mansplain or whatever these city processes, just listen and write it down. And they did. And then we did evaluated participants, and they were like, it was so great. They just wrote everything down I said. And and so that's a way to collect that information, not causing harm to them, right? Like, let them be mad. And I even said to some people, I said, they may get mad at you. I said, but some of these people went to residential school. We're not allowed to share their opinions. We're not allowed to voice their concerns. And so when they're getting mad at you, in a way, it's kind of empowering for them, because you're listening and you're not getting mad at them. And the energy is in, and then they don't feel like they have to yell at you. And so they were like, oh, thank you. So we're helping them. I'm like, yeah, just take, like, you're a city servant. Just you hold the safe space, right? So that's just one of the ways. And
love that. It's so important to hold space and listen without judgment, or having, as a person working for the city, get your own ideas impacted or your own feelings impacted.
Because somebody would have called security on them from a different place, and they would have a target on their back. You know what I mean? Just to answer 2 questions there. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Moving on to you, Samir, we have some very specific questions for you by an audience member, Brandy Brooks. how can the residential segregation analysis be used not only to advance integration with majority white communities, but also support equitable resource distribution for majority of communities who have been marginalized, people of color? Could you talk to that?
Sure. Very interesting question. I think it really works into the work that we do. So talking about segregation, we when we did our analysis, as I showed in my presentation as well, we saw that this is a structural issue. So Black and Latino kids growing up in segregated white communities were actually earning more. So we need to provide access to these resources to everyone. And to illustrate this point, I'll share two examples. So we were working with the Housing and Community Development in California, Government of California, and their tax credit allocation committee, where they wanted us to create a landscape, a landscape of distribution of opportunity throughout the state. And the idea was that if we can identify areas which are high opportunity or hoarding resources, not allowing multifamily housing, not allowing low income folks to be in there because they want to retain the neighborhood characteristics. We want to display that. So we work with our research partners, Center for California Housing Partnership and Turner Center at UC Berkeley, and we developed this model of opportunity for the entire state. And the purpose of building that was that the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, the CTCAC, would incentivize developing large family, low income housing, tax credit housing in high opportunity areas so that low income folks can have access to those resources. And we've been doing this project since 2016, and we have started to see a shift where earlier most of these low income housing projects were assigned to low resource neighborhoods. They are like moving more towards the high resource areas. That's one project. The second, the zoning analysis that we did when we did the single family only zoning analysis, we shed light on the harms of single family only zoning. Similar to the opportunity mapping, we're talking about how the zoning is designed such a way that there are white segregated communities because they want to hold the resources, don't want to let other communities come in. And opening up those resources, changing the zoning code, changing the idea behind zoning is very important. In fact, our zoning work has actually seen some targeted mentions. Cities have actually taken up the idea of reforming zoning based on that analysis. I can share the example of City of Berkeley. They are in the process of doing that, but there are other players as well who want to reform their zoning code to allow exactly the same that Brandy is asking, that resources do not go to segregated white communities, but is distributed equally.
Got it. Thank you. My next question is for you, Maximo. Could you talk about any specific examples highlighting the impact of how your work with Kittens Against Inequality has helped shift either public opinion or policy? And is there anything specific contributing to the change in housing inequalities in Mexico?
Yes, actually, on that topic on housing justice, I think is one of the most controversial, but also most viral topics that we have made some kind of campaign. Actually, after this protest that we invited people in Mexico City and then also in Guadalajara City, which is the city I live. I think the government started to change their point of view regarding housing policies, and I mean, what are we asking for? Actually, we were asking on two pillars, housing market regulations and also public housing systems, right? Because we don't have any type of public housing system related with rent, public renting, or something similar, and also with the regulations of the housing market. We were asking for some kind of rent control, control on the increase of the rent, tax incentives on building affordable housing, penalized with taxes, market speculation, how empty houses that now are very common in Mexico City, Guadalajara, and a lot of cities, and also publishing the data of the land registry, or of, I don't know if you call it the real estate registry, right? It's not public in Mexico. So yes, those are like some kind of the contributions, but also I think we are building now a kind of a national network of related with housing, trying to get together all of the local movements, asking for this kind of policies. And I think also building on that, and also building on we are trying to get to create a map on housing rental prices, like crowdsourcing, like coming from the people, trying to turn around this bias on the this asymmetry on the information of housing. So I think all of these projects can build somehow to a better housing policies in the future, right?
Thank you. Thanks, Maximo. Rachel, our next question is for you from an audience member, Hillary, who would love to hear more about the way that system harms are acknowledged. What does that look like?
Oh yeah, definitely. That I was just thinking that was the example with the bridge, but there's also so many more examples, like the honorarium policy. But one of the other things that is probably one of the hugest harms that I've come across is that for missing and murdered Indigenous women, like for the families that are searching for them, they often don't. So sorry, I don't want to go off topic. The question was, how are we acknowledging the system harm, right? Okay, so the federal government gave a whole bunch of money to the province of BC to distribute for missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls initiatives. And all of that money got distributed to groups that were looking for like healing and kind of aftercare, like these talking circles, these support type initiatives. But there was actually no fund. Like some people did apply for funding for search parties when you're actually looking, like people need hotel rooms, gas. There's actually no funding available for that. It's just for this aftercare. And so we were trying to, from the city to advocate to them, like, please add another intersection to the funding, because I'm trying to support the search parties at the city of Vancouver. And I'm also a grant writer. So I'm also on the side helping them write grants so that they can get this funding. So if a search party, hopefully not, actually there is somebody missing in Vancouver right now. And when the search parties come, they'll be able to have some kind of funding, and it won't be people living out of their vans or doing these GoFundMes. And the provincial government is now at our table for creating our city protocol, so that anything that so trying to collaborate and bring us all together instead of working in silos, I would say is definitely and advocating from a city level. But within the city, there's a lot of systemic harms. And what I do is I just meet with the team, explain it to them, and either they make the choice to be inactive or to try to move forward. You can't really push. You can plant seeds, but you can't, force people to do things, right?
You can just do your work and hope that systemic change. Yes. Thank you. We're running out of time, so I would like to end with one final question to all our panelists. The work that you or each one of you is doing is emotional work. How do you or your teams navigate the mental and ethical work of working with data that is tied to injustice and loss? We'll begin with you, Samir.
Very interesting question, Amanat. I would say that, intentionality is key. If you have the intention, the commitment to do something, to make a genuine change in the society, if you have that commitment to actually see the harms in the society, see the inequities, and see the marginalization, othering in the society, you can work with that and ensure that you have the internal resolve and commitment to do something about it. Through data, through analysis, through storytelling, I think we are doing that work.
Thank you. Maximo?
Yes, very shortly. I think actually I'm thinking also in how social networks are like very violent sometimes. I don't know. I'm thinking on Twitter when with the answers towards this kind of posts, it can be actually violent and more from 2022 to now. So I don't know. I think it's a very good question. There is this mental weight of working with all of this data and also receiving all these answers. But I think like when you see a little bit of achievements, some small achievements in these fights, that's all like the thing you need to keep going and to commit to this kind of efforts. Yeah.
Thank you. Commitment is key. Rachel?
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to refer to my culture and language again. Epimote tasue gniso eskia means that you're walking in two worlds. So we call these bundles. One of the bundle is kind of like our Western bundle with like, the like high school graduation, all these type of achievements and things that we're holding on to, these skills that we develop, but also our cultural knowledge, and that traditional bundle is really important. To succeed over here, you also need to have this information to support you. And I'll give you one example of how we did this at City Hall. It's a really old building, and some of us are like, it's haunted. You know what I mean? Like and there's a lot of energy that's come into this building, like angry, like and who knows, right? And so what we did is and I don't know if I can share this. We brought in a traditional knowledge holder from the local nations to come in and conduct ceremony through the whole building, 11 floors. And it took about 4.5 hours to really brush down and get the city ready. Because normally when Indigenous people do our work, we prepare the space. And the space there is very, the really colonial things has happened here. A lot of farms have, and this energy still there. So cleaning out this space, I also put time for culture and ceremony into my work plan as well. And we also have an elder in residence program where we have elders that can come in and sit with us. And if we want to just process and complain or get teachings or go out on the land, take them for lunch, we have that ability as well. So we have a lot of self-care and connection to culture really built into how we do our work. And that's how we, because sometimes really difficult things happen and people want to give up and run away, but it's that cultural teachings that hold us up and remind us of our leadership abilities and everything, and that nothing is ever really super easy in life. Like to give birth is really difficult. Right. And so in order to create change and then to rebirth this new change, it's going to be a little bit difficult. We're going to have to really, reach out to each other to support each other through this.
Thank you so much. As we close this really interesting discussion, I would like to thank our audience and the three of you, Rachel, Maximo, and Samir. Thank you for generously sharing your work, insights, and vision. Across each of your contributions, there have been clear themes that have emerged: the power of data, not just to inform, but to humanize; the importance of challenging dominant narratives through evidence and lived experience; and the very urgent need to rethink who data serves and how it's communicated. Thank you, everyone. And over to you, Richard.
Thank you all so much again. And Rachel, I do have to say thank you for talking about the importance of ceremony and ritual in the work, because let's be real, ritual and ceremony is also a form of knowledge generation and important. And let's be real, a lot of these spaces need some de-haunting because they are definitely haunted. Again, thank you all for that amazing panel. We're now going to take a quick 15-minute break intermission. Again, the conversations and the chat is popping off. I am watching y'all on YouTube on the site también. I want to be a chismosa and in the conversation. So thank you all so much. We'll come back at 1:45 p.m. again, Pacific Standard Time, 2 de la tarde, hora de Mexico. and 4:45 p.m. on Eastern Coast. And we'll come back to our next panel, Navigating Challenges in Equity Data, with Sofía Ramírez Aguilar de Mexico, Robert Paul Jester from Canada, Ellis Simani from the US, and moderated by our own Stephen Menendian. And also make sure you stick tuned for the end for some closing remarks from our Deputy Director, Ashlin. So we'll come back at 1:45. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your little break, your little descansito. You went for some more cafecito. You got some more water. You went to the bathrooms. But again, thank you all for...
Hello, everyone. It looks like our MC, Richard's computer has frozen. So unless we're able to get him back, I think we're just going to proceed and transition straight to this final panel. The moderator is Stephen Menendian, our assistant director here at the Othering and Belonging Institute. And I'll just hand it over to him to introduce the panel.
Thank you, Mark.
All right,
yeah,
great.
it's too bad we lost Richard temporarily, but I'm sure he'll be back to take us through the final charge. Be sure to stay tuned for Ashlin's closing after this panel, which will be gangbusters. So I'm excited for that. But let's get underway with our amazing panel. I'm going to briefly introduce all three panelists, and then we're going to invite each of them to speak. We're going to dive right into conversation with you all, which we're really excited to hear from you. So first up, we have Robert Paul Jester, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Psychiatry and Addiction for the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Montreal. He is also the chairholder of Sex and Gender Science Chairs and director of the Research Laboratory on Sex, Gender, Allostasis, and Resilience, acronym CSER. He's a researcher in neuroscience, and his work is mainly about the study of chronic stress, considering the effects of gender, sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Secondly, we will have Sofía Ramírez Aguilar. Sofía serves as Director General of Mexico Como Vamos. And in 2024, she was recognized as one of Mexico's most influential economists by Forbes Mexico. Sofía works to close wage gaps, guarantee opportunities for all, gender equality, and the building of a better environment. It says she's also the Deputy Director of Applied Research at Mexicanos contra la Corrupción, where she specializes in an anti-corruption agenda, promoting transparency and accountability. Sofía also served as minister at the Mexican Embassy in Washington, D.C., as Director General of the Technical Secretariat of the National Security Council, and as coordinator of advisors to Mexico's Subsecretary of Population and Migration at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And last but hardly least, we have Ellis Simani, who is a data journalist whose work pairs quantitative analysis with traditional investigative reporting techniques. He often covers stories at the intersection of money and power and is interested in data that documents and reveals abuse or fraud. His recent work for ProPublica has interrogated the ways that nonprofit organizations raise and spend their money, and he's also investigated the stock trading of the wealthiest Americans. We're really excited to have all three of these phenomenal panelists across the continent here in this amazing panel. So Robert, you're starting us off. Take it away.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm just going to get my slides. Can everyone see my presentation? Great. So I'm Robert Paul Jester. I'm from University of Montreal. Montreal is situated on the ancestral lands of the Mohawk people. I'm going to talk to you today about sex and gender. So when we're talking about sex, it's everything that's really biological. So hormones, chromosomes, physical traits. And gender is really everything that's sociocultural. And I'm very interested in looking at the LGBTQ plus community where there's a lot of gender diversity in expression. I'm a stress scientist. I spent the better part of my career stressing people out and collecting spit to see how social environments influence people's biology. This is a really great definition of what stress is. It's really this adaptive response to a stressful environment that enacts psychological and behavioral changes. These are really adaptive at the forefront, but when it becomes chronic, that's when it leads to disease. We study this in looking at cortisol, which is the main stress hormone in humans. You see here circadian rhythm. So cortisol rises as we wake up, and then it goes to levels that are low before going to bed. We're very interested in studying this in the context of social adversity. So for instance, in the context of racism, we'll see that the rhythm has been is sort of flattened out, and the levels are very high right before going to bed. Another way that we study it is by stressing people out, bringing them into the lab, and measuring cortisol at multiple different time points. And right off the bat, when we look at these differences, men seem to produce more cortisol in tasks that involve some sort of a challenge, while women seem to be more sensitive to stressors that involve social rejection. So right off the bat, we have this potential sex and gender difference that's important. I mentioned that stress is a good thing. We want to have it, but when it becomes chronic, that's what it leads to disease. And this is called allostatic load, the wear and tear of chronic stress on the brain and the body that we can measure by looking at not just cortisol, but blood pressure, insulin, glucose, body mass index, etc. And I've devoted my career to really understanding how sex, gender, and sexual orientation as continuums relate to cortisol, mental health, and allostatic load. And this is just to give you some of the different variables that I've looked at. Today, I'm going to concentrate on sexual orientation, gender identity, and institutionalized gender. And I just want to emphasize that while I look at each of these in isolation, they're all collectively working together. So first, when looking at sex, I mentioned that cortisol is higher in men, but then on questionnaires, women report actually being more stressed out. So what's going on there with the subjective versus the objective? When we look at allostatic load, we find that men tend to have higher allostatic load than women, but a lot of these different ranges in biomarker functions are based on men. It's only until 2020 that women represented more than 15% of test animals and humans in stress research. So a lot of what we know about basic biology is based on men, and women are not just small men. So that's right off the bat a big limitation of this literature. During my master's, I did a review of the literature on allostatic load and identified different factors that were related to higher allostatic load. And what I was really struck by was how many of the sex differences were actually quite gender-based. So for instance, spirituality, women that attended religious services more often tended to have lower allostatic load, an effect that wasn't there for men. Women from Taiwan benefited much more from same-sex friend networks, while Taiwanese older men benefited much more from being married. A lot of these kinds of sex differences emerging, but are based on sociocultural, gender-based variables. So whenever we're looking at this, we have to keep in mind that there's multiple different factors going on. And so while I'm concentrating here on sexuality and sex, we know that health behaviors are related to these as well. So it's important to take a transdisciplinary approach where we mix sociology, psychology, and biology together. Now for sexual orientation, this is one of the first studies looking at stress reactivity. And this is the Trier social stress test at time 0. And what you see is that lesbian and bisexual women actually show higher levels of cortisol 40 minutes after the stressor compared to heterosexual women. But when we look at men, gay and bisexual men are having a flatline response. This is something that we see in some of the discrimination literature as well as literature on fatigue and trauma. When we looked at diurnal cortisol, we didn't find any differences based on sexual orientation, but we found, interestingly, that those that had completely come out of the closet had lower levels of cortisol in the morning compared to those that had not, so showing the importance of this very important developmental process. When we looked at mental health, we didn't find any differences, but this was driven by the fact that gay and bisexual individuals that had come out of the closet had less anxiety, less depression, and less burnout than those that had not completely come out of the closet to their family and friends. So yet again, the importance of the coming out process. And finally, for allostatic load, this was based on 20 different biological measures. We found that gay and bisexual men actually had lower allostatic load than heterosexual men. This was not a result that we expected. There's literature to show that gay men tend to be in better shape and their lipid profiles tend to be a little bit healthier than heterosexual men. But then for women, no differences. And this was kind of something that you'll see in some subsequent work as well. This was based on a convenient sample in Montreal of less than 100 people. So I was able to do a postdoc working with data from the US, from the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, one of the only studies that combines sexual orientation data as well as data on biomarkers. Recently, they added gender identity, but I think that's something that's under attack currently in the US with changes on sexual orientation and gender identity. But what you see here, again, gay men showing lower allostatic load compared to heterosexual men, but this time bisexual individuals are the ones that show the highest allostatic load. And this makes sense because bisexual individuals are a majority group within a minority group that do not necessarily have the same social benefits within the community. Again, no differences among women. This was surprising because lesbian women actually had a higher body mass index, but their lipid profile was in better health than heterosexual women. So this is a finding that we're going to look at a little bit further in the future, looking at health-related behaviors. It shows you different studies looking at the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey based on sexual orientation. If the column is green, it means that the profile is healthier in that person. And if it's deep red, it's that it's less healthy. And so you can see among bisexual individuals on a whole host of different socio-demographic variables, they are doing poorer than any other group. Health behaviors are extremely important in thinking about allostatic load and chronic stress. When we are more stressed, we are sleeping less well, we're eating poorly, we're less engaged in physical activities. So it's going to be important in the future to look at these variables more closely among these different subgroup differences. And now I'm just going to point your attention to a really interesting approach of looking at structural stigma. So just as we can look at racial segregation and structural racism, we can do the same thing with sexual orientation. And this is some work inspired by Mark Hatzenbuehler at Harvard that I had the chance of working with during my postdoc. And what we did is we indexed 10 different laws related to sexual orientation. And what we found was that gay and bisexual men that lived in states in the US that had more laws that protected them, so less structural stigma, were the ones that had lower allostatic load. I won't go into it, but this just goes to show the effects also of referendums. So this was the same-sex referendum in Switzerland, and those that were most engaged in activism were the ones that showed the highest levels of cortisol. But once the referendum passed, they were able to have a decrease in their levels of cortisol. I'm going to finish off with some data on on gender identity. This is looking at transmasculine individuals, and what we found was that those that had more stress with regards to their transition, their coming out, and bathrooms had higher levels of cortisol. We found exactly the same thing looking at allostatic load. So individuals that were living in less progressive spaces within the states of Massachusetts and Vermont, so two relatively liberal states, were the ones that had the highest allostatic load. This is an ongoing study that is done by my colleague Zachary Dubois and Jay Puckett that's looking at changes in allostatic load and mental health in the context of different elections in the US. And we know that everything regarding trans rights is under attack currently, and so this isn't unique to the US, it's also going on in Canada. And just to conclude, it's really important to think about also institutionalized gender, and this is the work of it's unfortunately not in coming up, but looking at state by state, what are the laws in place that protect women? What is the gender pay gap? What is the representation of women in politics? And that's a way of tapping at structural sexism as a really important variable to look at in relation to mental health. And just to wrap it up, intersectionality is really central to a lot of this work and something that we're going to be exploring further in my lab. So with that, I just want to shout out to, this is really interesting learning modules from Canada on sex and gender research. So I encourage anyone that would like to learn more to access these. And just a thank you to my young lab.
Thank you, Robert. That was a lot of really interesting information to digest in a very short amount of time. And we realize you had a lot more to say, so hopefully you'll have an opportunity to get to more of that. I neglected in my introduction to sort of just explain what the theme of this panel is, because our MC got probably some internet problems. But the theme of this panel is the challenges of navigating data in this really challenging moment. And what are some of the core challenges that cut across the continent? And what are some of the challenges that we are facing respectively in our particular institutions and countries? And then also, what are the short-term challenges and what are the long-term challenges? And this presentations are giving you a taste of the work of these brilliant people. And next up, we have Sofía. Go ahead, Dr. Aguilar.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. I am more than happy to be joining you here today. I actually didn't mean to present a whole presentation. I rather just show you a couple of maps in which you can see our work. But actually, since this panel is more oriented towards having, like the big picture and the long-term and near-term future of equity data, I rather just, as I said, show you a couple of things. But Mexico Como Vamos is a small Mexican-based think tank, and I'm saying small not only in American terms, but also in Mexican terms. We are not the biggest, but we're very potent. Like we talk to a lot of people who, in other terms, wouldn't speak about economics or social development, in a more civilian language. We are hopefully getting to more homes, and especially our public is conformed by young women. So gender gaps are everywhere, not just in science, of course, in income and so on. So pretty much what we see in Mexico is we have a fragmented data ecosystem. We face a lot of gaps in some institutions. They're always keeping up with, like the tendencies and the best practices on how to produce and how to publish the data, such as the INEGI. INEGI is the statistical office in for the Mexican state. It's autonomous from the executive branch, but of course the person who's heading it, it's actually not one person, but more of a board. They're all appointed by the Congress. So having said so, of course, not everything is doing well. In terms of how the data is available, of course, we have focused on the experience of the user, of a very prone user of this statistic data of INEGI, which is not only economic, but also social. In some points also, like it senses a little bit of how politics could look like, even though they are non-partisan. So they never ask, who are you going to vote for? But they can ask how the consumer is feeling, or they can ask, how do you think the local police people are doing their jobs, and so on. So on the one hand, we are calculating as a think tank a social progress index, which has an international methodology. And this social progress index, we do it at the subnational level within Mexico. And it shows how the outcome of policy is bringing better quality of life to people. We are not focusing on how much money is spent, neither by the families nor by the state, but rather how do families or people access healthcare, preventive one, that you don't die when you have a baby and that you don't die as a baby, for example. But on the other hand, also how much people in Mexico die because of diabetes or heart disease. That kind of information, of course, it's just the output. We don't measure, as I said, how much money is spent on those topics. But we also have information regarding education, which is this other social mobility input, very important for social mobility, in terms of how many children, according to their age, attend school, for example. if there is gender gap and how big the gender gap it is, and so on. But what we do not measure, for example, and that's actually a pity, it's the quality of education. Another topic that is pretty much missing from the data that is integrated not only within the index, but because there is no data regarding pollution, is actually air quality, for example, water pollution, river, lakes, that kind of information. We don't really have it at the subnational level. Of course, there are some indicators, but they are rather either private efforts that disappear sometimes in time and they reappear sometime in the future, hopefully. And we also are very aware that there are some other statistics, for example, the one regarding the energy sector, that since there have been a lot of reforms in terms of who is regulating the energy sector, they just stopped generating critical data, for example, as I said, on air quality or some other measurements that, of course, have a direct impact on the quality of life of people. Another aspect that is not only not being measured, but in my perspective, broadly ignored by the Mexican state, for example, is having a deeper look into informality. Of course, we know that Mexican labor market has most of the people working within some kind of informality. That kind of information, of course, it is there. But, you know, the surveys that are published every month or every quarter regarding the labor market, they don't have information regarding the identity of the people, whether they have an adscription to it, indigenous peoples, for example, or if they speak some other languages besides Spanish, such as Nahuatl or Mixteco, or that kind of indigenous languages. Because we have found, and it is also in the literature in Mexico, very evident that poverty, lack of opportunities are very linked to racism, which is not called racism, which is actually a problem, or some other segmentation of how the economy offers better jobs or posts to more white Mexicans than to people that are from a diversity of heritages. So in that sense, the lack of that kind of information makes it just more difficult to have, you know, like a proper monitoring of how those things affect the quality of life at the subnational level. We also face a lot of data quality challenges. Of course, the inclusion, for example, of invisible groups such as the LGBTQ community or the Afro-American population, even though the INEGI, the Statistics Office, is making a big effort in taking those groups within the service, it is rather difficult because the visibility of those groups, specifically in the LGBTQ community, is still attached to the willingness of those people, of the people belonging to the community, to be answering the survey. So it's not just like an open population survey, but rather a survey that is being on the webpage, and everybody within the community that feels like answering the survey is able to do so, but not the other way around. So we are still managing, great gaps in terms of visibility of some underrepresented communities. And that goes also for people with disabilities, for example. So that was all about pretty much INEGI and, you know, the quality of information. But I don't want to close that first comment without saying that the INEGI has been, a very important landmark in terms of trying to have always a better quality of information and keeping up with the data on the lags that are supposed to be publishing the information, because we are facing, of course, money is never enough, but right now we are facing a fiscal policy that is not allowing to have so much money as we actually did in the past. So therefore, I think this is a great moment to just shout out to INEGI because INEGI is doing what they can with what they have. But of course, there are some other backsliding in some other issues, particularly in the executive branch. We are facing a change of paradigm in terms of what people think that, well, not people, like the government thinks who is supposed to be transparent regarding public spending decisions, for example. We have the case of the information in Compranet. Compranet is this platform in which since the 90s, 1996, and until now, was this government procurement platform in which you could see who was bidding and which agencies, governmental agencies, were looking for providers, and of course the disclosure of award decisions. And right now, at April 16, 2025, say 14 days ago, the government eliminated Compranet and replaced it with the obligation of having a new digital platform for public procurement, which seems to be a good idea in terms of anti-corruption and good governance. But the problem of this new digital platform goes to something more deeply disturbing, which is that on the one hand, this new procurement platform will only have the obligation to keep the information for the past 5 years. So if this new platform gets into or substitutes this previous platform, which is still in place, but we are not sure how long or for how long, whenever the new platform comes with the new mandate, we're going to lose pretty much everything that went or occurred before last administration. And I think this is a major issue, because on the other hand, the previous administration, which is the same party as the current one, has had a policy of making decisions just by the executive branch, and I'm making my wrap up right now, on a very horizontal way. And the issue here is that the armed forces, the military, has been building strategic projects and taking the administration of priority programs, and therefore you won't ever have any information regarding those projects, because it's not only the information that will not be protected for many years, but also that the new requirement doesn't require that the armed forces, the military, actually make any of their information transparent. So I'm closing now because we have so many more things to hear from other people. But of course, if there is a chance, I would like to keep up with the information.
Thank you. Ellis, take it away.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Let me go ahead and share my slides here. Awesome. So I'm today going to talk a little bit about how journalists tell stories with data. So as Stephen described a bit in my introduction, I am a data journalist at the news organization ProPublica. I'm based here in the United States. And, to start out with, I just want to share a little bit about, what is data journalism? So as a data journalist, I kind of look at how I can use data, information, statistics to tell the news, to give information, to share information with our readers. I work at a news organization, a nonprofit news organization here in the United States called ProPublica, where our main focus is accountability-focused journalism. So, we're really looking at how can we use data in order to tell stories that hold powerful people and institutions to account. And so oftentimes data not only helps us find the individual stories that really matter and connect to our readers, but oftentimes we can also scale those stories and, really tell some really, incredible and insightful stories that, like the focus of this panel, oftentimes center on equity as well. And so that is just a little bit about, what is the work that I do as a data journalist. So whenever I talk about, data journalists and how we can kind of think about, data journalists and the landscape of people who work with data, is that we really think about it as, social science on deadline. So this is actually a quote from a journalism professor at Arizona State University named Steve Doig, and he said that data journalism is really just another way of gathering information. It's the equivalent of interviewing sources and looking at documents, except with data journalism, you are essentially interviewing the data to let it tell you its secrets. So, whenever I am talking to students or other, reporters who may not work with data as much, I really like to emphasize that data is just one of many things that we're using for our reporting. It's not something that just says, this is the end all be all, but it's one of many different sources that we can use in order to get a fuller picture of what's going on. And so I like to really just ground the conversation in that kind of sense of, how are we using data? What can it do? What can it do? All right, so this is an example of, a data journalism tool that we often use at ProPublica. It's called Nonprofit Explorer. And what this is, it's essentially a database that allows anyone to kind of see the tax filings for any of the nonprofit organizations in the United States. So this is a tool that I actually use a lot in my reporting. And it's something that's free and available for the public to use. And what you can actually do is go in and enter an organization. So if you're on your computer, feel free to go to propublica.org and go to Nonprofit Explorer. You can enter the information for a nonprofit you may be curious about. And so, this is like an example of what data journalism allows us to do. It allows us to take, these kind of, disparate records like these tax filings that organizations submit to the IRS, and we can give them to the public for free in a much more accessible way. But also it allows us as journalists to kind of take that information on the back end and kind of find stories that, readers might not be able to see, just on first glance. So an example of the kind of story that I've been able to tell based off of this kind of information, in particular from Nonprofit Explorer, is actually about a string of fundraisers that were actually kind of scamming people out of, in some cases, tens of millions of dollars by essentially claiming to support causes that they weren't actually supporting. And so, this was an example of a story where I was kind of looking at these filings and kind of, looking through them in order to kind of get a sense of, what are these records saying? Who can I kind of connect with? An essential thing for me in my work is always kind of trying to identify something within the data, but connecting it to an actual person. So, can we kind of connect these, trends or other kind of patterns we might see in the data to people who are actually being affected on the ground? So one of the people we focused on in this story was a man named Lawrence Eggers, who lives nearby me in Southern California. And, he was somebody who had donated thousands of dollars to these groups that were claiming to support causes like police officers and firefighters, but in reality, we're just using the money to line their pockets. And so this was an example of a story that, kind of started with data, but ended up being a really narrative story. And so that's something that I really try to do in my work a lot, is kind of connect these kind of, in some cases really technical, very specific problems to actual people on the ground who are affected by these topics. So is this new? So I think, data oftentimes gets talked about in this really kind of novel, avant-garde way, but I really like to root this conversation in how these practices have been, used over time and have, especially in journalism, have been, the root of especially investigative reporting. So for me, this conversation really starts with Ida B. Wells. So Ida B. Wells was a pioneering Black journalist here in the United States. She was an activist, she was a suffragist, and she was actually born into slavery. And she began her investigative career specifically looking at the topic of lynching. At the time, there was this notion as to why lynches were occurring in the American South, and she used statistics, accounts in newspaper, kind of gathering records in order to kind of dispel this notion as to why lynches were occurring. And in the process of doing that, compiling these statistics and publishing them in her work, she was able to really transform the narrative around lynching. And through that, she was really practicing, data journalism, because essentially, what we do currently is a similar practice. How can we take records, that may not be kind of collected in one place, and can we use them to in some way kind of inform the public and challenge notions as to, what may be going on? And this isn't a new thing. This is something that people have been doing, for generations. And I really like to kind of root this work in this practice of the same kind of work that folks like Ida B. Wells were doing. So how do we find data? So I mentioned, Nonprofit Explorer, a tool that we work on here at ProPublica. There's other ways that we also, kind of find and use data in our work as data journalists. Open data portals are one way that we typically will go about finding records. This is an example of the City of New York's open data portal, where they kind of will publish records. On the right, you can see a data set that is corresponding to 311 service calls. So these are the kind of things that we'll go and download from the internet and use in order to kind of look at certain sorts of questions that we might be curious about. Another data set are census records. Census records here in the United States, the U.S. Census Bureau collects and publishes data kind of looking at the demographic information of who lives in the country. This is a very foundational kind of data set to kind of help us understand, what kind of ways do things like race and income affect the kind of topics we're working on. And so, the census is another really great data source that, I, tend to rely on pretty often in my own work. And there's a lot of really great tools for accessing information like census records. So, Census Reporter is actually a tool that was developed by journalists that I really recommend for folks who are looking to even just get simple demographic information about a place, like a city or a county in the United States. So that's a really good tool that I use a lot. Also, this tool on the right, IPMS, is published by the University of Minnesota. And that actually lets you kind of take a more granular look into specific tables and looking at microdata in particular. So IPMS is another really great tool. And then, there's a lot of other ways that we access data as well. So we'll oftentimes work with folks in academia. Sometimes we'll kind of, look at how can we take information from websites by writing computer code. And other times people will come to us with data. So sometimes that involves, leaked records from sources. And these are all ways that are really important for journalists to kind of, be able to tell stories with data. So, an important thing, and I know I only have a couple minutes left, so I actually kind of might just breeze through this really quickly, is, questioning our data. So, like I said at the beginning of our talk, data isn't something that is the end all be all. It's important that we really treat data in a similar way that you would if you're talking to somebody you're meeting for the first time. You want to interrogate them, you want to question them, and you want to essentially kind of figure out, how trustworthy is the information, that you're kind of going to ultimately be presenting to readers. And so I'm actually going to just skip along here to my last slide, because I think it's really important to talk in the context of, challenges to this data work, just the current state, especially in the United States, with just federal government data. So on the left, I have this screenshot from a column that a colleague of mine at ProPublica wrote recently that's kind of just looking at, how the Trump administration's war on measurement is really going to have some long-lasting implications on our ability to just understand really basic things that are going on in our country, from everything from climate to health, to a number of other education being another big area as well. It's important as people who are practitioners of data to have access to this very information. And right now, that is under threat. And on the right, you can see another clip from a story that's looking at people who are kind of, taking it upon themselves to collect and share this information. And I think that is something that's, going to be really key for folks like me who rely on access to these records in order to continue to be able to tell these stories. It's that we have to actually have the ability to, to see this information both forward looking and backwards looking. So this, I think, is like a key challenge for us in the field of data journalism. And that's something that I think, we can continue to talk about more throughout the rest of the panel, but thank you.
Those are great presentations, Ellis. Thank you. I love the shout out to Ida B. Wells. Our director is friends with the grandson of Ida B. Wells, the famous sociologist Troy Duster. Many people don't know that he's actually the grandson of Ida B. Wells, Berkeley professor, emeritus. I love investigative journalism, especially data-based investigative journalism. And I will actually bookmark, if a couple times a year, I'll come across a great article, I'll bookmark it. One that I will share with the chat was I'm not sure it quite qualifies as investigative journalism, but it's certainly data journalism, was an amazing data visualization. I mean, I come across these often, but one was an amazing data visualization of global migration. That was just incredible in the New York Times, but ProPublica, others do phenomenal work. So I had prepared questions, but I want to shift to a different question based upon your presentations and based upon what was said earlier today. So let me frame this, and then I'm going to ask each of you, in whichever order you like, to respond to this question, and then we're going to directly open it up to the audience. So if folks in the chat have questions, just post those, and we'll curate and organize and synthesize those. But here's the question that I really want to ask. So you just mentioned, Ellis, and others mentioned, we're in a moment where there is, at the federal level, spearheaded by the Trump administration in the United States, a purge of federal data sources right now. So we have disappearing web links, disappearing data sources. Things are disappearing in the last couple of months. So on the one hand, researchers and journalists and academics really need these data sources. The structural stigma index that Robert contributed to would not have been possible without publicly available data, right? So there's this deep need to access data that's either behind paywalls or inaccessible and curate it. And you mentioned sources that do great work organizing, like iPooms and Social Explorer and others. So on the one hand, there's this really desperate, urgent need for data so we can understand our world and diagnose problems and try and correct and fix them. On the other hand, there's a problem that Sofía mentioned and was mentioned several times in the previous panels, which is the abuse of data, the centralization, the use of it by authoritarianism, or the use of it for, harmful purposes. And one of the first panel talked about artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence models are built just scraping data off the web, basically stealing our work, and then also can be used for things like setting bail, policing, surveillance, all these things. So the question I have for all of you is how do you think about, and what part of the spectrum do you land on in terms of pushing for more data access or more regulation around the use of open access data? Are you more on the side of let's just free all the data? What Harari calls the data religion, the guy, I forget the guy's name, who committed suicide about the JSTOR thing? Or are you more on the side of we really need more guardrails around this? So what is your side, and how do you think about that problem? Anyone would like to start? Go ahead, Sofía. Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen. Well, in my profession, I'm an economist. I, of course, rather have more information than less information, because at the very end, it goes back to decision making on a very broad range of decisions that usually many of them don't seem to be very economic, but at the very end they are. So your perception on things, for example, such as pollution or such as insecurity, will have an impact on how I react in economic terms every day, in my everyday life. And same happens for some other economic actors. Say, for example, if you have less transparency in the central bank in any country, of course, you will have a big liability in lacking confidence, in not being clear, not having a prospective forward guidance, not interpreting the data that sometimes are not straightforward for everybody. So even though you need sometimes the interpretation of the data, I rather have more information than less information. And the problem with AI that I see myself is, for example, of course, many of the chatbots that are, like the more prone approximation to AI for the regular people, are going to answer based on which data are you feeding them in. And of course, there will always be biases. And if you have corrupt justices or racist justices, you're going to be answering the question with the experience you had before. That problem we already had before the AI in the terms that we know it right now. But I still rather have more information than less information. And I think the narratives are the one that might be very, very harmful for all democracies, for all liberty. Because at the very end, if you give the people just a data set, whatever, without the interpretation, probably there will be some people that are going to tell opposite stories with the same data. So at the very end, if you have more people working with data, more work tools such as AI working with data, you're more prone to have different angles of the same problem, rather than just have this one discourse and one narrative from one point of view, that it might be very accurate from the perspective that the people who are telling that story are actually telling the story. But if you see, problems are multidimensional, and if you see a glass of water just from the one side, you're probably going to see a shade on the one side, and maybe a little rainbow within the glass of water. But the person standing on the other side might also see that the water is not clear, that it has some stones in it. That kind of thing happens all the time with data. So on my perspective, it's better to have more transparency, more data, and of course, more people talking, or more institutions talking about the data, and not having this one-sided narrative. And therefore, I think one of the biggest challenges is not to let our liberal democracy go in terms of having autonomous judiciary branches, some other agencies for, telecom regulation, energy regulation, everything that has to do in not just having one-sided story is important for the future on how the data is going to be either defended or attacked. Because at the very end, you can always say, it's the data, it's the rigged data that are telling us the story. And probably it's not going to be the data, it's going to be the one who's telling the story.
Thank you, Sofía. Ellis, Robert, jump in, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. So I think, I touched on this a bit, but I think, open access to data is really a foundational part of data journalism. Typically when I work on a story, I do my best to really be transparent with readers about, this is the information I used in order to come to these conclusions. Here are the methods. It really mirrors, academia in the sense of we want to show our work, and I think in order to do that, we have to ourselves have access to data. But even with academics, of course, data can contain a lot of really sensitive elements, and I think that there have to be structures in place to ensure that people's privacy and other protections around sensitive information are there. I think to the point around artificial intelligence and the use of information in order to for more commercial or even nefarious reasons, I think a big thing, a big point with that is just the lack of transparency and kind of open disclosure of how those data sets are being used and what information is going in there. And so I think that you can't have open data, you can't have more liberal access to data without that trust component and that transparency component as well. I think it's important for folks to not only know what is in data, but also what isn't in data. I think that can also be an important thing because, it is really easy to lie with statistics or to, kind of paint a more biased picture with data and to manipulate it for one's own agenda. And I think that is, something that's, equally a possibility that can come with kind of the proliferation of data in society. And so I think, the thing to really consider is that, data isn't just this amorphous thing that just kind of exists, without the, not in relation to the social contexts that, kind of, are present, both politically and, in other arenas as well. And so I think that, it's really easy for anyone to kind of project their own agenda onto specific data sets, and so I think it's just essential to really kind of hone in on that transparency element, especially in order to kind of build the trust in the data sets, and for folks like myself to hold institutions and individuals accountable if that data isn't necessarily saying or doing what it's portraying itself to do. and to kind of, figure out what insights can be made from it also.
Thanks, Ellis. Robert?
I'd like to answer thinking about two examples. So one, looking at structural and social determinants of health in terms of space, as I did with structural stigma. I think in that context, you really want to be able to access the data. So what I presented very quickly took actually 10 years to do in terms of accessing the data, and all the loops that we had to jump through were very much related to privacy. So I think that needs to be really addressed in the future in a very transparent way. How are the scientists or how are journalists using the data, and what kind of access they have? Another example I think that's really appropriate, especially in the context of AI, is electronic medical records that are now being fed to deep learning algorithms to identify trajectories of different diseases. And that's, I think, a really interesting area where every jurisdiction has different laws in place for how to access that data. So if we look at Scandinavia, the kinds of studies that they're able to do because they have registries is just unbelievable. And there's a culture, I think, there where people kind of accept that their privacy is going to perhaps be infringed upon, but within this collective understanding that it's the benefit society. I think we don't have that as much in North America, and we definitely don't with Trumpty Dumpty. So I think we need to think about how to bring that kind of culture here if we want to do science that accesses these kinds of registries.
Thank you. And so this is such an interesting conversation already. I hope the audience is enjoying it as much as I am. We're going to turn to audience questions now, and we've gotten a few. Let me just make a couple of editorial comments on what was been said. So my impression of Europe is actually largely the opposite. I feel like Europe actually has much more privacy safeguards. They have gone further in terms of cookie tracking, web tracking, in terms of protecting users. A lot of web pages in Europe that were created in the 90s and 2000s have just been taken down because you have to get individual permission to use things. So it's interesting to hear California is different. Like when I travel to other states, they don't have that cookie thing, like, do you reject cookies or accept cookies on the web? In California, every time you go to a website, you have to get permission because of state law. And obviously might differ between Mexico and Canada here as well. One other interesting thing, though, is institutions of research, higher education, are subject to a lot of regulations that other institutions are not. So, I'm not at all surprised to hear you say 10 years to put that together. Our inclusiveness index took, I think, 4 years just to gestate and figure out what sources to go in. And we're always struggling, looking for new data sets that we can plug into it that will, help us create our index, and looking for better, and especially on things like sexual orientation and disability. Really hard to get global data on that. But at the same time, while there's regulations in terms of IRB and human subjects testing and so forth for institutions of higher education, police departments and other investigative criminal justice don't necessarily have those same guardrails. So last year, in our panel at our conference, we had a panelist who was deeply concerned about how the LAPD uses data and collects and hoovers up and sweeps up data, and uses that, deeply concerned about that. Think just one example about how police departments have been using 23andMe data to solve cold cases. That's so the Golden State Killer was caught because some distant relative was found in those databases. And with 23andMe going into bankruptcy, potentially, what happens to that data is a deep concern. So anyway, we'll continue that now. I'm going to turn to questions from the audience. So one of the questions that we got from Sang Wai was, what data-driven strategies do you recommend for closing gender wage gaps and promoting gender equality in the workforce? I think this is probably for you, Robert, but everyone else can weigh in. Let me just piggyback on it and allow other people into the conversation, which is, how do you use data to influence policy or shape policy change too? Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, great question. I didn't have time to really go over it, but I really encourage people to look at the work of Patricia Homan from the Florida State University. What she does is she looks at structural sexism state by state. And she's very creative in how she goes about it. She'll get in all kinds of different macro level information about different counties, and will index gender pay gap information, women in politics, abortion laws, etc. And I think that would be a really important way to go about looking specifically at gender pay gaps, looking at what's the median income, education, social economics related to that, and then see where is there less difference between men, women, and gender diverse people, and try to identify what are the factors that contribute to that. That would be my my suggestion.
Thanks. And before other people jump in, maybe if you could speak to my piggyback version, which is broader. You know, do you see your use of data as intentionally or motivated by a desire for policy change, or is it just I'm putting my research out there, and if it informs it, great. If not, that's fine.
Well, definitely. I mean, I think with the work on structural sexism, you know, if you can show how state level policies influence people's health, even at a physiological level, like that gives policy makers a real weapon to be able to enact change. So I definitely do this kind of work with the hope that it can be used as evidence of how, you know, how adversity gets under the skin and skull.
Thank you. Ellis, Sofía, jump in. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think first of all, I'm jealous. I'm very jealous on the quality of data that the U.S. and Canada have on gender issues. But I think in my Mexican reality, I would think that probably we should be looking into two things: the quality of the education we get, because a lot of women in Mexico are still not jumping into more engineering, science kind of tracks. But on the other hand, it doesn't actually matter which level of studies you have in Mexico. You're a woman, you're still going to be very, very low or below the income or the expected income for life, just for being a woman. Nonetheless, you have a PhD or whatever. So I think looking into the quality of education and, of course, the tracks that women are heading into. And on the other hand, I think we in Mexico really need to start looking into what's it called, the public spending tracking, because we have so many, you know, studies, information, papers on how the gender gap is only going to be closed when either men jump into taking care of some members of the family, say children, elderly, sick people within households, or if we have a better affordable childcare, so to speak. And that affordable childcare will be soon also needed for the elderly. And that is something we don't talk about because it's so complicated to implement that kind of thing, that we rather just say, okay, yeah, we put it into the Constitution and into the law. But if you don't put money into that kind of initiative, you're going to be as behind in the topic as you were before the law. So that brings me back to the necessity of having studies on the impact on the spending, public spending and public money. And of course, that would make a difference, because then we would look into either the money that's going into the military for the building of bridges and ports and that kind of thing that usually the military shouldn't be building. But on the other hand, it will be also very enlightening to have some more information on what we are spending on. And that would give us more information on how to, you know, have a financing way to promote affordable childcare. And I think just then we will be able to have better solutions, policy solutions regarding gender gaps.
Thank you. Ellis, go ahead.
You know, I don't have too much to add. I think one thing I would just say is, you know, adding to the list of topics and things that are kind of under attack, especially in the, you know, United States right now, are, you know, programs and efforts pertaining to DEI. And, you know, I think, you know, I would put this topic in the realm of things that, you know, I'm certainly going to be paying attention to. I think especially following 2020 and the murder of George Floyd, we saw institutions, companies, all kinds of organizations kind of publishing more figures, both around the, makeup of those spaces, information related to salary, et cetera. I know certainly in journalism, we saw more newsrooms that were publishing information around, what does the gender orientation, what does the racial orientation of our space look like? And I think, that is something, to continue to keep an eye on, because, I think, without that kind of information, without that data, we can't know the extent to which these problems are, improving, are getting worse. And so I think that, is another thing that's certainly under challenge right now, given the political climate. But is another way in which even having a basis to talk about these issues is certainly something that is connected to having actual figures as well.
Yeah, and in different contexts, these issues take on different salience. So I'm thinking about Edward Snowden revelations, WikiLeaks, those things. That's data, making data public, but in a very different context than, say, reporting race, sex, gender, health data on federal websites. Ellis, I've seen so many amazing ProPublica investigative journalism pieces, but one that I remember, it's not about an equity context, but the Panama Papers work, studying money laundering processes, really getting into financial records. Some of the research you do is related to that. Do you see that work as driving or affecting policy, or are you just trying to make the public aware of these issues?
Yeah, I think, to me, those two things go hand in hand. And so, a lot of the work I've done at ProPublica has been focused on covering our tax system. I think, typically when I talk about the work, I can kind of see people's eyes start to glaze over because, taxes typically aren't something that we think of as being, especially interesting, but it really does connect so much into every fabric of our life here in America. And I think, for me, my challenge as a journalist, what I really try to do is to really make these issues things that are more palpable for folks. And, I think that to the extent that we can really influence the public and get them to kind of care and, relate to these issues is where you see, more of the kind of policy changes and the, pressure on legislators and lawmakers to actually kind of, address some of these topics that, can be seen as being more mundane and not as, influential. And, an example of that is just, a lot of the work that we've done at ProPublica looking at our tax system is just ways in which, there is inequity in the tax code in regards to, the federal income taxes and the, maneuvers that some individuals, especially those, that are billionaires, the things that they're able to do that, typical, Americans don't have at their disposal. And so, even a topic like that is something that has, pretty far reaching implications. And I think for us, it's really our job to, not just, use data to come to really interesting findings, but really to make those findings actually, compelling and, digestible to people. And so, I think, in the same way that, other panelists were talking about whether you're using visualizations or other means, I think it is really important to just kind of communicate data in a way that is accessible to folks, and so that's something I think about a lot. And it often means just kind of really simplifying my findings and like, what can I use in just, simple language to really communicate a really complex idea. I think that is, in some ways can really be the deal breaker about, if our work will actually have the influence we might want it to have.
Right. The prettier, the more dynamic and engaging the visualization, the stronger the impact might be. So we have a few more questions from the chat. Again, invite folks to ask questions. We'll bring them to the panel. So one of the questions that we have is around manipulation of information, disinformation. By the way, before I get to that, I would be remiss if I didn't say I think tax stuff is cool and fun. So I love tax stuff. On that point, there's a great book by Dorothy Roberts called about the racial inequity in the tax code. I read that book 2 or 3 years ago. Phenomenal book. And also The Revolution in Data and Upward Mobility by Raj Chetty is really just Opportunity Insights. His work, it was originally called the Equality of Opportunity Project. Now it's Opportunity Insights, was made possible by him realizing, hey, if I go through a 12-month training process, I can get access to IRS data. Now, maybe I privately would have wished that he would have released the Trump tax things a couple of years ago, but no, but he's done really revolutionized social science economics in a sense with that access to that data. He can then pair it with all sorts of other administrative data sets. And we have a much deep, Facebook data. We have a much deeper understanding of the dynamics of upward and downward mobility in the United States. Okay, so the question about manipulation is, disinformation often targets social divides. How might data journalism and equity data more broadly address this pervasive problem? Disinformation, social divides, and data journalism. Thoughts on this?
Well, I can speak to the data journalism piece about this a little bit. I mean, I kind of talked about this a bit, but just, showing our work, and allowing people to, as when it's possible, obviously there's sensitivity issues, et cetera, but to just have access to the records, and to like kind of come to our conclusions themselves as well. I think that kind of, really radical transparency to me is one way to fight that. I think that there's a ton of different, things at play when it comes to, disinformation and misinformation. But, to me, I try to, really abide by that principle. And to just, approach our work in, in really clear manners, to be clear about this, what our hypotheses are, how we're kind of using, our methods and kind of, approaching the work and, just being clear about that. And, I think, that's one thing I'll say, but, curious to hear what the other panelists, think about that topic also.
I totally agree, and I share the same sentiment. My main concern, though, is that if you look at the other side, like I'm thinking RFK as an example, they're not really playing very fairly. And how do we, as people with integrity and who want to do the right work, how do we fight against people that are just taking information and distorting it completely? I don't have an answer to that. I think it's really the problem of our time in a situation where we have so much information that people are just shying away and being skeptical of science, which I find very problematic.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. It's important to show the work that has been done with the data. But again, I mean, you can always just put the information and the evidence that you have in hand and try to have a story around it and tell the story around them. Because I think it was Ellis who said that it is important also to make it easier for a broader public to understand the findings and so on. So, of course, if you have different findings or have a different interpretation of the same findings by two different pieces, even though both of them show the work done around the data and how they got there, there will still probably be people who are going to believe one side and not the other. And that's okay. That's part of democracy. And that's part of, promoting of course, freedom of speech, but also promoting the use of data. And you have to be aware of that. And there is no straightforward answer to the problem of having the narratives around data have a bad or a political message behind them. So I think, and this is why I was saying before that I am team more data. Of course, we need to take care of personal data and we need to be aware of the risks, but we still need to be able to offer the public and of course the journalists, but in a broader sense also the academia and so on, think tanks, of course, with more data, because then if you have several people talking about the same topic, even though some of the topics might be shifted to one side or the other, and this might bring some social device, and we need to be peaceful around that idea that it's okay to be there. I don't see a scenario in which it's better not to put the data out there and have contradictory narratives regarding that data. I think it's best for any liberal democracy, for any economic decision, to have that contradiction and to have the data out there than not having it. And we must be, like at peace with that idea.
Yeah, I appreciate your perspective. It's difficult. One of the things that we've learned in our research is that when you put out data on disparities, if you don't properly frame it, which was the point you were making earlier, Sofía, about narrative, people might interpret those disparities in one way as opposed to the other way. So, for example, when you put out data on racial inequality, some people will assimilate that into a cultural racism frame. Oh, it must be differences in intelligence or drive or culture, as opposed to structural conditions, environmental conditions, and so on. So that's a challenge. And also, just again, questions around how do you frame it so that people will interpret it. The other thing, that around, so these are tricky issues. We got more questions coming in from the chat, so I want to bring those in there. But I just want to also say that, not related to equity, but two really hot issues, or I will say in the news issues around data, have been around vaccines and around fluoride in the water in the United States, where Robert Kennedy, the Department of Health, is now looking at maybe removing fluoridation, and the evidence around that seems pretty scientifically clear, but the popular consensus is different. So even if the data is there, countervailing narratives can overwhelm the scientific consensus, which is what we've seen on climate change, vaccines, and I think on some public health matters generally. So something to just think about. The two questions we've got from Carolina Osa have to do with empowering communities and community role. So we'll get both of them on the screen. I'll read them both together, and then hopefully you can respond. The first question is, how do we move from collecting data on marginalized communities to creating models where communities have power over what data is collected, how, and for what purpose? Which I think goes back to your point about sort of democracy, right? And depending on, how that is defined and how community is defined. And the second question is, as we look to correct for underrepresentation in data, which is a very important social scientific problem, how do we avoid reproducing the same extractive logic that got us here, especially with communities who are already over-surveilled?
Now, that's a very complicated question as well. So I just want to jump in very quickly. As I said, in Mexico, we have a problem in collecting data regarding the LGBTQ community, because at the cultural level, people still don't want to be openly gay in some context, okay? So whenever the survey collector, like the guy who's making the survey, comes and asks you some questions about your sexuality, your gender identity, and so on, people are not going to be open about them. And this happens also with people in Mexico self-identifying themselves, like telling how white they are. Because as I said, in Mexico, we have a big problem of racism we don't talk about. So whenever you ask people whether they are white or not, usually people don't really are quite accurate on their own skin nuance, color, whatever, because people try to stick to whatever they think it's expected of them. So what can you do to keep up with, being able to empower the data from those underrepresented communities and make out of those data, like an expression of power and empowerment around their own statistics and their own causes? I think we need to make peace with also the idea that there will be some bias in the data collection, as long as you don't take into account the cultural constraints regarding this underrepresentation. This is very clear in the gay community, LGBTQ plus community around the world, I think. The more progressive a community is, the easier it is to have more accurate data regarding that one. But on the other hand, once you have the data, what are you going to do with them? Well, policy, for instance. You're going to be less afraid of talking about it. And of course, you're going to be more able to be more vocal about the issues. So I think same happens, at least in Mexico, with topics such as income. Are you rich or are you poor? Or are you middle income family? That's also a big topic in Mexico. Usually people think they belong to a higher group of, like a richer group of people than what they actually do. People tend to think that the mean income in Mexico is higher than it is. But of course, there are differences where you're asking and so on. So at the very end, nobody wants to be the marginalized one. Nobody wants to be in the minority. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people are afraid to identify themselves within the minority. The more oppressed, the less incentives you have to tell, okay, I am part of that minority, even though it might be evident to the eye of the rest of the people. So I think one way to empower those people is, through the education and through the education system. You have to tell the people it's okay to be different, it's okay to be poor, and it's okay to want more things out of life, and it's okay to have less income than what they actually say they have, or they are less white as what the society expect them to be. That kind of thing is very important, because otherwise, if you don't talk about those topics and you don't empower them, it will be rather difficult to have that possibility of empowering those underserved communities with the data you're trying to collect. This is my perspective, and I think it's very complicated to do in this world where talking about the things that are a real cultural pain for the societies are being just pushed away, and let's not talk about it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to jump in on that question? Appreciate that answer.
I could sort of answer both of those questions by saying that it's extremely important for research among marginalized communities to have people from the community engaged in the research right from the get-go. I think that helps also address the question of not overburdening groups that are being surveyed too much with questions that don't interest them. So I'll give an example. The trans community expressed over 10 years ago a desire to be not just tested with regards to HIV and with regards to hormones, but to be, to have studies that look at their well-being, their euphoria, their positive health psychology, and that's research that was informed by them, and that gets away from pathologizing research that people don't really want to be part of. So it's really important also to constantly engage with the community when you have results. So not just going ahead and publishing in the highest impact journal, but really having a dialogue with the community before you publish to say, to have their opinion on, and allow them to have a say on the direction of how the narrative goes forward.
Ellis, you have thoughts on that too, or?
Just echoing everything that Robert Paul just mentioned. I was gonna just kind of point to that too. I think there can be a lot learned from like citizen science initiatives and other ways that kind of engage actual people in the collection, in the formation of the data gathering process. At ProPublica, we have a whole team of people called engagement reporters that approach our journalism from the standpoint of let's connect with people at the outset of looking at a story, following looking at a story, to ensure that, we're asking the right questions. And I think that, when data is collected, in the same way that when it's analyzed, sometimes the right questions aren't even being asked. And so the right data might not be gathered in the first place, and I think, one way of many ways, is just getting, people more involved in that process, and I think that goes hand in hand with the education piece, that Sofía mentioned as well, just more engagement of people, promoting more data literacy generally, and kind of destigmatizing this notion that there are like data people and non-data people. Data is something that implicates all of us, and everyone can be involved in the process of collecting and interpreting data as well, not just a select few. That's something I really try to push back against.
So we only have 5 minutes left, and there's 2 questions that were posed in the chat that we haven't answered, but we've partially answered. So I'm going to read them both before and then reframe them for you. So one of the questions, trying to pull it up here, was I'd appreciate hearing more about ownership of data, gatekeeping. This is from Carolyn PRR. Gatekeeping, deletion, and how we can engage in protecting data from erasure and radically expanding ownership. So there's a tension even in that question, right, around how do we protect it from getting erased, but at the same time, how do we make sure there's more community control is what I'm hearing in that question. And it's interesting, sort of the question we just had from Carolyn Osa is similar. It's really about how do we make sure that communities are involved in the creation, dissemination, and use of data. And the kind of glib answer would be, well, in a liberal democracy, the government is supposed to be us. But I don't think that really would satisfy the question that's being posed. I think what they're really talking about is, A, marginalized communities who are most harmed by current practices, and also a more local question, which is how can we ensure that local communities are being served by this? Part of the tension has always been about academic freedom. Academics, right, have that. So how do we manage that? And then the last question that we had was, how do we improve data literacy in the public? And you just mentioned this, Ellis. I'm not sure it's so much about data literacy so much as it is sort of like there's statistical and mathematical literacy on the one hand, and there's also just more understanding of how data is collected, who is collecting it, and understanding sourcing as opposed to sort of data sets. So I'll let you parse that. And give you a closing. Everyone, just give a closing comment now, and in responding to those questions, and we'll wrap there.
Well, yeah, one thing I'll say, I think you hit it on the head, Stephen. I think it's both, expanding access to, well, because I do think, especially even in, areas like academia, but also in journalism, a lot of the people who maybe have more of an interest in issues pertaining to marginalized people may not be the ones who are, necessarily, have access to the data skills to kind of, address some of these questions. I, in a lot of my work, will talk to reporters in the newsroom, who maybe cover topics like education, or cover topics like demographics, and they might not see themselves as data people. And so, that's why a big part of my work is, enabling them to feel as though that they can, look and, utilize data in their own work to address some of these questions and do so in a responsible way. And one thing I'll say to folks, who are listening as well is, I know I shouted out Ida B. Wells at the beginning. Well, the Ida B. Wells Society, which is an organization that, whose job is kind of to promote and expand access to investigative journalism, especially in the United States and newsrooms here. They actually put on a data institute that I help teach at, and our whole philosophy is to just expand access to data education, specifically for folks that are interested in journalism, but also folks in academia as well. And so, that is one kind of, tangible thing that if folks are interested in getting more of those skills, you can apply to. But I think beyond that, yeah, to your point, I think trying to just essentially kind of, broaden the understanding of how to interpret, information. And then for me, like I mentioned, just kind of getting more people involved with the collection of data, in some instances, rescue efforts as well. I kind of shared, one link to that group that's kind of, taking on some of that work. Those are two things that I think are, just pieces of that, yeah.
To sort of piggyback on that, I love the idea that data scientists need to work with people that are not necessarily analyzing the data with fancy statistics and math, but be able to create this dialogue so that scientists can become better at communicating. I think that dialogue is essential, and the worst thing I think can happen is that a scientist only aims to publish in top tier journals without translating that information to the general public. I'd also like to say that I'm a big fan of consortium. And so the idea of combining data sets in order to address issues of underrepresentation. Montreal, where I'm from, is a real hub for neuroscience. And it's largely because neuroscientists decided to compile their different brains together, and it's led to explosions in our understanding of neuroscience. I think there's a lot of fields that are going into that direction of pooling together data sets in order to amplify the sample and to engage in more open science practices.
May I say something in 1 minute? In Mexico, the electoral turnover is very much linked to the confidence of the people to the Electoral Institute, that agency that promotes voting. So having said so, they also have the biggest data set of the identities of citizens in Mexico. And there have been like 10 intents of the federal government to have governmental official ID for everybody, even minors, for the last like 40 years or something, and nobody wants to jump in. And it's exactly because the people are only willing to give the data to a third party that is non-governmental, even though it's a public institute. They get money from the taxes and so on, but they're not part of the government because Mexicans don't trust the government, but we trust the Electoral Institute. So one way of preventing the disappearance of the data is to promote confidence in who is getting the data and what they're doing with the data. That doesn't mean that the data hasn't been sold within the black market of private information. Like we have not jumped through that part of the equation. But on the other hand, people are feeling that the elections are part of the citizenship as long as we have a part in counting the ballots the day of the election at the in situ place. We have elections of the judiciary branch in a complicated context this summer, and I think the turnover will be minimum. And that's not good news for the Mexican electoral system. But I understand it's because the citizens are not going to count the ballots in situ. They're going to be counted somewhere else by some other citizens, but not the neighbors of the people who voted. So I think, again, the ownership of the data and the way we can prevent that the data disappear is that the people trust and who's getting the data and who's keeping the data. And that would be also my take in how to make communities appropriate themselves of the importance of that data.
That's great. I think we'll probably leave it there. I have a minute and a half to wrap, and then we're going to bring in our closing remarks from Ashlin. So one thing that I have been doing that I should have been doing years and years ago is I have been cataloging on my phone key data sources that are out there. So like I've been tracking, Gallup polls, Pew Charitable Trust polling. And one of the big things I particularly look at is trust in institutions. And one of the things that, to Sofía, it's been amazing to hear different contrasting perspectives, a Canadian perspective, a US perspective, and a Mexican perspective. The distrust in institutions is very high in the United States, not just in Mexico. Trust in academia has gone down over 20 points in the last 10 years. Trust in government is already low and continues to ebb even lower. So it's interesting that our trust in institutions, in health institutions, in government, in higher education is going way, way down. And this is problematic because if you don't trust institutions, you don't trust how they're going to use data, you don't trust their intent, right? And ostensibly in a democracy, the government is us. So that's a big challenge that I hear across, maybe not as much from the Canadian perspective, but certainly the other two. This has been phenomenal. Really appreciate your time, your insights. This recording will be made available in an archive version, not just on the YouTube page. And now I'm going to hand it over back to our phenomenal MC, Richard, to take us to the home stretch.
Thank you, everyone. And again, thank you so much for this invigorating conversation. Let me just apologize for going offline right before we started this panel. Again, the internet went out, but There's a whole nother setup with my phones, but we got it. So again, thank you so much. And now we're coming close to the end. So I'm going to introduce our OBI Deputy Director of Strategy and Program, Ashlin, who will close us out this convening with some reflections on what was discussed in terms of equity issues on our continent, that our continent is grappling with, the barriers we're facing, but also the opportunities to collaborate across our communities and geographies to overcome these challenges and build on equitable and fair world. Ashlyn.
Thank you so much, Richard. What a privilege to be with all of you today. I know over 800 people have joined in this really critical conversation today, and appreciate you all taking the time in our very busy lives. Again, I'm Ashlin Malouf. I'm the Deputy Director of the Othering and Belonging Institute. And I've been sitting here reflecting on the meaning of data in my own life and in my own story. As somebody who's an Arab American, I often do not have data available that relates specifically to my ethnicity or the experience of people who share my ethnicity. And just reflecting on the ways in which data really tells a story about who matters, who's seen, who's included in the stories and the narratives that we tell, but also the ones that we develop about our shared future. I also come from a background of nearly 2 decades in grassroots community organizing. And I think often we can separate this idea that, there's advocacy and power building efforts, and then there's data and there's research. And I think today just did such a beautiful job of showing how, in fact, all of those things are truly woven together. At the Institute, we're endeavoring to make belonging without othering a global norm by 2040. We believe that othering is really a fundamental issue that spans across all the issues that we are working on, whether it's with education, environmental issues, justice reform. Often they originate in this idea of someone or the planet being the other. And so when we think about making belonging without othering a global norm, we think that means that you come to expect a sense of belonging from the systems and the structures that you interact with. And we define belonging as having 4 key components: recognition, inclusion, agency, and connection. And that at the center of all of these is the idea of co-creation, which is really about power sharing and envisioning a new world together. And today I've heard so many illustrations about the role of data in working towards creating this norm. So if you'll humor me in me sharing a few of those. I heard our incredible panelists speak about the role of data and recognition, that data is not neutral, that it is key to the pursuit of equity, of social change, of the way that we frame the problems that we are facing, and also the possibilities that we can imagine. When it comes to the idea of inclusion, that data, the process of collecting data, the narrative about how that collected data is told, needs to include the people it is representing, and needs to include storytellers from the communities themselves. That relationships and a love for people are not separate from the collection and use of data. The importance of researchers coming from the communities it is gathering data from. And that when thinking about marginalized communities, not only gathering data on areas of marginalization, but also areas of incredible strength, perhaps some of their superpowers. The ability to name complex findings in accessible language so people from different walks of life can make use of the data and understand it. And also an understanding that the accessibility of data and representation of different identities is not the same across the continent. What data is collected often speaks to the norms and the values of the place you reside in. And that perhaps by us partnering across the continent, across place, our access and meaning making of data can be greater than the sum of its parts. I heard a lot about the role in activating our agency, in finding and sharing out the data, and again, imagining that certain outcomes are not inevitable. I heard one of our panelists speaking about AI causing greater harm is not inevitable, that in fact, we have agency to steer its direction. The role of education in empowering people to share about their identities and the way in which power can be built by sharing. And that if we don't name this and if we don't have these conversations, it will be incredibly difficult to create an environment where people do disclose about their marginalized identities. And that trusting who collects the data deeply matters. And finally, on the point of connection, I think today was such an incredible demonstration on the role and the importance of connection in thinking about data, in making meaning of data, in the stories that we tell, and the ways that we connect with each other, so that we are able to co-create something of even greater imagination and make more swift progress when we're aware of each other's work. That data, again, is a way to understand problems and also a way to imagine possibilities with creativity, with rigor, and maybe even tenacity. Towards this idea of connection, that everyone can be involved in the design, the collection, and the storytelling related to data. These are some of my thoughts and my takeaways from spending today with this incredible group of thinkers and presenters. And we would really love to hear from you if you would be willing to put in the chat something that you found helpful or meaningful today. Also, please put in the chat if you're interested in participating in further virtual conversations to think together about other opportunities for collaboration and connection. Couple things we want you to be on the lookout for. We're going to be having our US Othering and Belonging Conference in the spring of 2026. There will be virtual streaming available for some of those sessions. We want to acknowledge that for people traveling globally, that visas are becoming increasingly more difficult and travel increasingly becoming a greater risk. And so we will take that into account and make sure that streaming is available. And also to remind folks that there are 2 recent books that have been published by the Institute. The first one on belonging without othering, and the second one on the power of bridging. I'm now going to ask you all to use expressive emojis, words, symbols, whatever it may be, to give incredible thanks to the team that made today possible. Samir, who is the director of our Equity Metrics program, to Mark, Tanya, Eve, Shad, Irfan, Christian, and of course, our beloved MC, Richard. Handing it back to you.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the words, and thank you so much for the reflections. I know throughout the day, just kind of sitting, I personally say that data for me is a social construct, in the sense that, while we give absolute numbers to data and talk about quantifying data and experience, that's not always the case, right? Like it was mentioned earlier, we can steer data in a certain direction. And of course, it feels like a ever-ending question of what came first, the chicken or the egg. And just like, well, who is responsible for data? The data collectors or those doing the analysis? And we can go into it, but I'm so grateful to everyone who joined us today across time zones, across space, and across place. So thank you all so much. Muchísimas gracias a todas, todos y todes por venir. My name is Jose Richard Aviles. I had the pleasure of being your MC for today. Y pues me despido. Have a good, wonderful rest of your day. And like Ashlin mentioned, stay in touch and let us know in what other ways we can contribute. Thank you all for coming.